You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
This is Buster Cherry coming to you from New York with a breaking story. The White House has confirmed that Dennis Porter is indeed missing and that he was captured by the North Koreans in a daring plot. A State Department spokesman told me that the North Korean President Kim Jong-un was growing increasingly concerned at the rate that American politicians were becoming orange-pilled and that one of America's greatest assets needed to be taken off the table. There are reports that Dennis is in Pyongyang being forced to read state-scripted announcements to the North Korean people, and that erectile dysfunction has been cured across the country. President Trump had some comments on the matter.
This is not the announcement I wanted to make. Dennis Porter, one of our country's greatest assets, a tremendous mind, beautiful enthusiasm for Bitcoin, has been kidnapped by North Korea. Terrible situation, disgraceful. And let me tell you, Melania, she's very upset, very disappointed. She said, Donald, who's going to tweet all those brilliant things now? Because she loves the tweets, maybe more than mine. We're going to work very hard, very fast to bring Dennis home. America needs him tweeting announcements again. We just subsidized Ozempic, and we can't subsidize Viagra as well.
Many are speculating that Dennis's absence from Twitter ensures that a bear market has begun. Paper Bitcoin winter is looking like it's going to be a cold one, folks. Please pray for the safe return of Dennis. We desperately need an announcement. This is Buster Cherry signing off.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby. Merry meet and Yuletide cheer to all the ashwagandhas. This morning I woke up covered in all sorts of feather boas and little things that, I don't know, you put on an Xmas tree. I don't even know what you call these things. They're like plastic. I'm spitting out plastic. I'm covered in snow. It's a Christmas miracle. It does not snow in ashwagandha usually, but I noticed that some of the snow that got in my mouth was not melting, and it tasted very savory, very umami. And it turned out that it wasn't snow at all, but it was some sort of strange meat-like substance raining from the skies. Still an Xmas miracle. The kids are making figures out of them. They're not really staying together properly. But some of the children have found that if you chew it up and spit it out into a mush, and you form it into a certain shape or whatever and let it dry, it can keep the shape, especially if it's baked in the sun for some time. But it does collect flies and maggots. Very cheerful. This is Thane Riddle punching in, getting overtime for this Yuletide, for this Kwanzaa. This is the first day of Kwanzaa. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in Yuletime history. Are we live on Zap.stream? Nobody knows. But we know that you can send us Lightning Bitcoin, which is to say you can zap us in a gayest of gay and cheery ways. Make your Yuletide gay. Send us Bitcoin. If you're feeling like you need more of a dusky, hairy kind of Yuletide, wearing a different kind of sweater, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. It's Thane sent you. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. Is Thane ever going to respond to the backlog of things said in that chat over like the last 2 or 3 weeks? Yes, it happens today. Today I have the time. I didn't have it before because I either wasn't here or I was talking for an hour and a half to a guy who's obsessed with the JFK assassination. If you don't want to install SimpleX on Android, remember, there is a desktop client. You can find it under the Xmas tree between the coconuts. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, the call-in this week, the call-in link this week is PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, call 2. The teaser for this week is as follows. The down-to-earth tip. More stuff about sneaking around. I started talking about that weeks ago. I'm going to talk about it more. Building Second Realms thing is going to be about Second Realm networking again. That's another thing I started weeks ago. Let's continue them. Stretch them out nice and long so that I don't have to come up with more stuff to talk about. At the end of the show, by the end of the show, I mean fucking halfway through the show, I'll take call-ins like an hour from now. 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call2 if you want to speak out loud or send Morse code or whatever. And if you're too shy for that, which you mostly are, just talk in that chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio, and I'll read what you're saying and answer you there. That one came with a prize. It's that meat. It's that meat from earlier I woke up with in my mouth. It's not sitting well. It tastes better coming out than it did going in, at least. In PAZNIA news, PAZcraft, folks. PAZcraft is under construction. It's our mind test server. They renamed mind test to something else, like fucking Louisiana, Lauretanius, the Chronicles of Narnia, something like that. But it used to be called Mind Test, which is a much better name. Mind Test it's like an open source Minecraft clone that has lots of plugins and cool stuff. And we had a Mind Test server for like a few days or something. And we will have it again sometime soon. But anyway, interest is growing. The autists are assembling to spurg out and get this PAZcraft server going. So if you're interested in that, I don't know, fucking talk to us. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD and talk to me on SimpleX. I'll try and get you into the PAZCraft room. And our heart goes out to the mysterious creature that helped to start that server and get this project going. It's somebody who came into the chats not long ago, like a couple weeks ago or something, and they seemed pretty cool, and then they randomly disappeared from everywhere after dropping the map file. So hopefully you didn't get thrown in jail or something. Hopefully it's just some sort of BPD freak out because your internet boyfriend said something that was totally innocent. You thought that he was saying you looked fat or whatever. So then you completely overreacted and deleted your whole SimpleX profile. But before you did so, you dropped the mind test map file so that we could carry the torch for you. And we will carry the torch for you, Clem. We will, my joke a couple weeks ago about the gamer girl, a conspiracy theories about a gamer girl in the chat was not really about Clem, but might as well be now. One day I'm going to have to do a down-to-earth tip about parapsychological operational security, when to know that a joke you're about to make is actually a psychic insight, and you should keep your mouth shut and not make that joke. But anyway, we do not know that Clem is a girl. We do not know that Clem is a girl. I only know how my cold plasmic form stiffens when I read her words. We miss you, Clem. Everybody misses you. Don't take it too seriously that some people were speculating that you're a Fed. We know that you're not a Fed. Okay, Clem is vetted. How could a Fed ever make a mind test server? Anyway, we're going to have a candlelight vigil for Clem later. Digital news. The Australian state is the latest to bring a hardcore crackdown on the internet, asking you to scan your fucking face to do all kinds of shit on the internet, such as most of the thing that dumb normies do, like using social media. This digital crackdown is kind of worse than even the UK one in some ways, but reports are mixed about what's actually happening. Some folks are saying nothing is happening for them. Others are saying they're being asked to scan their face all the time for everything. My guess is that AI profiling is being used to selectively enforce this, perhaps among other things. Of course, lots of folks are getting around this with VPNs, as always. And yeah, sometimes the VPNs get blocked. You can try swapping out the VPN server to find one that's not blocked. Sometimes that works. Or if you want something trustier, you can try renting a residential proxy. Just shell out a little more cash and you'll get something that's not supposed to be blocked. And you can complain if it is. Small-time thugs news. Christmas war across Europe. That's right, folks. Christmas war. Robot Santa Claus has not even arrived to try and kill us, and yet Christmas war has erupted against mere men. Nativity scenes, Christians, and Christmas decorations are under attack. Cease fire! Cease fire, I say. Yes, you should attack Xmas decorations before December 1st, but it's fucking mid-December now. Leave them alone. If you're nostalgic for Halloween, merely go home and watch The Nightmare Before Christmas. Violence is not the answer, folks. I have to hand it to you, though. Cutting down a World War I memorial Christmas tree with a chainsaw is pretty fucking funny. Anyway, on the bright side, 2 donkeys were saved from an attack on a living nativity scene, and the hero is being awarded the Donkey Medal of Christmas, which is good because most years Germany is forced to award this medal to somebody who hardly even earned it at all. PsyOps news. Oh my God, brown-skinned people keep raping little girls in the UK. It would be a shame if this got out and there was a riot again. Oh no, a bunch of folks are highly politically polarized and rioting over immigration. Oh, this is happening all on its own. What do you say, boss? Are you a national socialist or an international socialist? You have to pick one. War news. U.S. military put out their latest overmatch brief, wargaming World War III, pretty much, the Chinese and Russian threats. New York Times actually put out a good article on this, believe it or not, even a broken clock, blah, 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 and all that. The long story short is that Russia and China have made an all right bit of progress in things that might actually be good in the 21st century, things that cost less and are more advanced when it comes to war, like crazy fast missiles and unconventional asymmetrical warfare tactics. If we're being truthful, that's more true of Russia than China, but China does have lots of new toys to play with now. A pretty good industrial, like military industrial complex now. Whether they know what they're doing with the new toys or not is a whole other thing. At the same time, U.S. military spending seems kind of stuck in the 20th century. Keeps sinking more bucks into the big costly shit like swanky big aircraft carriers, which these days could be taken down at an infinitesimal fraction of the cost of building one. Of course, the New York Times didn't say shit about nuclear war, which seems quite willful on their part because that's like the elephant in the room. Anyway, I do think the U.S. likely has a few tricks up their sleeve, maybe, such as secret space weapons, which may also count among them next generation interceptors that could be helpful against really fast missiles, because there's a part in a super fast missile, like current generation cutting edge, these really, really fast missiles. There's a part where they're high up in their arc of travel, and that's when they're the slowest or just before they reach the peak. And that's when they could be intercepted by maybe a satellite-based space weapon, which the U.S. could have secretly, because we know they've been doing secret stuff in space. But it's hard to say for sure what it is, and it's even harder to say if they're actually going to use them right away, because, of course, Western globalists may indeed be looking forward to selling out the U.S., allowing their greatest military to be hit hard so that they can fold it into a global military force. Listen, folks, if World War III goes badly for civilians, for the civilian world, that is really, it could be very dangerous to you and kind of scary in some ways if everything gets EMP'd and there's not enough money to feed everybody and whatever. It's like The Walking Dead for a couple months there. Yeah, that's bad and that's scary, and it's like, it would be one of the worst atrocities maybe ever in human history. But if you do some of the stuff that's in strategic relocation and secure home shelter, and you live through all that, then it could be the greatest time of opportunity for us to build back better. All right. Insurrectionary agorism, I think, is inevitable. The insurrectionary agorist global revolution, or flat disk revolution, as depending on your view, is going to happen one way or another. And I hope that, I'm wrong and that it's not that bad. But if it is that bad, the state is kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Like their ability to control what happens throughout, let's say, most of North America will be very hampered. And we can take that over. I'm the captain now. That's what I think, folks. Times of tragedy are always great times of opportunity. Never let an emergency go to waste, I say. And also, if that faggot Sky Huddleston can fucking get his stupid Bork engine working or whatever, maybe we can generate some power and grow the food growing capacity and transportation capacity, and we could feed 20% or 15% of the population instead of 10%. And then that extra 5% or 10% are going to be like animals that you saved and fed by hand. Okay, they're going to be looking at us with their puppy dog eyes, asking us what they want, what we want them to do next. Okay, and they'll do anything. Okay, anything. and they're going to have pretty mouths on them, boss. Anyway, U.S. president's trying very hard to get a peace deal, quote unquote peace deal, between Russia and Ukraine by Christmas. I guess so he can go down in history as some kind of Christmas miracle peace president or some dumb shit like that. And that's very funny because his idea of a peace deal is telling the US's own puppet government in the Ukraine to basically surrender and weaken themselves against Russia, which is literally a fucking existential threat to the US. I think Western globalists are maybe not utterly married to the outcome in Ukraine, or they feel that they have other ways of ensuring the outcome they want other than keeping the US prez on a tight leash this time. So they're kind of sitting back and giggling at whatever this retard does, which I can understand. I might be doing the same thing if I was them. Of course, they are playing both sides. So CIA-backed Nazi Ukrainian state is merely turning down all these dumb so-called peace deals. And this is why I haven't been talking much about this crap. Not only because whatever, everyone else talks about it too much, but because, like I said months ago, nothing's going to come of this. And yeah, nothing much happened so far. So it's all been talk and silly talk at that. The U.S. military stole an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, penetrating it deep with this southern spear. Yeah. It sounds like fun, stealing an oil tanker, but this wasn't any old oil tanker, of course. It was a so-called Shadow Fleet ship, an oil smuggling oil tanker. Sounds pretty fucking cool, huh, boss? It's too bad. I guess we'll have to steal it from the U.S. military now to add it to the PAZNIA Shadow Fleet so that we can smuggle oil to PAZNIA. Anyway, something weird about this is they claim the U.S. Coast Guard was working with the Navy on this. Gee, I didn't know the coast of the U.S. went that far south. I mean, shit, you have to cross the whole fucking Caribbean to get there. Does this mean Venezuela is part of Florida now? That would be an improvement. Anyway, it seems pretty much all the old rules are long out the window by now. The U.S. will send Marines against its own civilians and send the Coast Guard to attack another country. Why not? What's next? Maybe they could send Navy SEALs to sell cookies door to door to raise cash for the DARE anti-drug school program. And hey, maybe they could send school kids recruited in the DARE program to attack drug cartel ships. We said no to drugs, but you just wouldn't listen. I mean, child soldiers have done quite well in Africa. I don't know. Maybe they should try it out. Why stop at recruiting kids to rat on their parents for smoking weed? Why not recruit them to fight in another country if they're serious about saying no to drugs? Anyway, both sides readying for war there. U.S. bolsters its forces in the Caribbean, holding up lots of jar heads over on the nearby islands. They flew a few jets around inside the Bay of Venezuela, most likely to catch some of these signals from the Russian-provided air defense batteries. One of the jets was like an ECM, electronic countermeasure jet. I think they call it a growler. So yeah, I think they were trying to detect their defense batteries. The Venezuelan military is readying for defense and whatever, shitting in their pants. You know they're scared when the Venezuelan state is arming its own civilians. I mean, will half of them even bother to wield those arms to help the Venezuelan state? I don't know. But it's like, shit, we're going to lose anyway. Who cares? Pull out all the stops. Worth a shot, I guess. On that note, the U.S. has seemingly settled on who they want to run the new Venezuelan state after the regime change. I'm only saying this part because it's funny. They smuggled her out of the country and put her on TV to give her a sham Nobel Peace Prize or something. So now she'll be conveniently safe outside of Venezuela while shit pops off there. What good timing. She might as well have the seal of the CIA tattooed on her forehead. Bulgaria is the latest state to fall prey to the so-called Zoomer uprisings. I'm not sure what to think about that because I haven't looked into it much, to be quite truthful. However, my gut feeling about it's not great because Bulgaria is in Europe, and I always thought it was kind of comfy how corrupt and chill it was in some ways. So I'm thinking maybe that could be coming to an end for better and or worse. But whatever. Easy come, easy go. Wasn't a bad place to rent VPSs. Remember how the Thai state and the Cambodian state were kind of fighting on and off not too long ago? Well, they're back at it again. Each side said the other started it. Who knows what happened? Either way, the Thai state is doing some shelling and occupied a small town in or near the disputed border region. And they sent in some armored vehicles, and the Cambodian state doesn't have as much money as the Thai state, so they fired unguided missiles back. Not many combatant casualties so far, mostly harmful to civilians, much more than anybody else, namely if they live around the disputed zone. So the fight between the states is mostly symbolic. However, it does seem more heated than it was last time, so who knows? Could lead to a true war between these states, but we'll see. They don't seem to like each other very much, Thailand and Cambodia. Ever heard of a country in Africa called Benin? Yeah, nobody else has either. Well, in the Beninese military, there was is that how you say it? Do I say Beninese? I don't know. Beninese military. There was a lieutenant colonel that thought he tried to get in on this coup trend in Africa. He and a platoon of his took over a TV station, and he told everybody on TV that he overthrew the government, which wasn't quite true. And he and his platoon were caught shortly afterwards. Well, I guess taking over the government with a half-baked psychological attack was worth a try. Well, I'm only half joking here. They did take over 2 or 3 other buildings, border checkpoints or something, nothing big. Another noteworthy thing about this is that the Nigerian state sent out their planes showing air support for the Beninese state's establishment government. I think that has to do with a security agreement that they have, which I'm sure is not an entirely fair, balanced relationship, given that Nigeria is kind of a big deal in the region, whereas Benin is something I don't even know how to say. I don't even know if Beninese is the right word. So let's not forget that something big has appeared under the Xmas tree. Between the coconuts, folks, I've spotted 27 books that were all purchased by a loved one, a caring loved one of mine, tied up in a cage in the basement. It's the Self-Liberation book bundle, folks. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Take a look at this crap. It has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, a small library coming in at 27 books. And these aren't any old books. The true fucking blah, 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 blah books. They're really cool, good books, all right? They're really cool, especially if you're some sort of anarchist weirdo, you're Vonuan, whatever. If you're listening to this show, you'll probably like them. So if you want all the fucking books on Liberty Under Attack about fucking self-liberation and blah, 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 then you should fucking check that shit out. All right, and get massive savings. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Liberate, libate, and librarify yourself and your loved ones this Yuletide season with a big fat fucking 360 win at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Please leave them a note saying thank you sent you so you can help out good old Cloak and Dagger. Do you want to officially join the Second Realm? What's that? You think that sounds silly? Well, the joke's on you. You can officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on all sorts of Christmas toys in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of elves that churn out toys 24/7, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane, that's THANE, to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And don't forget, folks, that on the 1st and 3rd Mondays of every month, right here on the PAZNIA Radio Network at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser, the guy who makes those funny skits that you hear at the beginning of the show and in the middle of it, he'll take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He's a fucking credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and a connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. Your friend is going to take you through a tour of fucking deep tracks and blah, blah, blah. He's a funny guy. Okay, listen to the show. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. What are we going to do for the down-to-earth tip? We're going to talk about sneaking around like a ninja. You remember when I started talking about that a few years ago? If you're listening to this show, that means that you're what we call a LARPer, all right? It means that you want to do cool things that empower yourself, and sometimes maybe even look cool doing it. But that's just a coincidence, okay? That's what we call tactical, all right? That's when something is, it either looks cool because it's tactical or is supposed to look tactical because it's cool. It can go either way. And that's what you are. You're what we call a mall ninja. And where would a mall ninja be without taking a break from the Naruto marathon to actually train in the art of shinobi jutsu, okay? Ninjutsu. You're going to shinobi do, okay? You're going to learn how to sneak around. And did you know that this is me killing time while I actually bother to open the program and scroll to? So I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I'm just awkwardly trying to scroll through something and failing repeatedly. Wow, this is horrible. Why is it like this? Okay, here we go. Oh, and would you look at that? It's not even the right document. That's a good start. Okay, blah, 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 sneaking around. Where were we? I don't even remember, dude. I think I remember. Yeah. Okay. So I was talking about sneaking around on foot. I was giving you some overall general tips about sneaking around last time. So this time I'm going to zero in a little bit and break it down a little bit more. So now let's talk about going unheard. Okay. This is the part of sneaking around that means you're not going to be heard. Okay. Because people, you may have heard that or seen, as the case may be, that people can sense you with different sense organs on their body, as well as through different parapsychological means. All right. And one of those things is hearing. Now, the funny thing about hearing is compared to sight, because mankind mostly goes on sight and hearing. Those are the big ones for them. Sight, and here's the dynamic. All right. Sight works from real far away, but it's directional. Someone's only looking one way. And also it's pretty easy to block. If something's in the way, they can't see you. So that's sight for you. Long range, but tight direction and pretty easy to block. Hearing is the other way around. Short range, they can only hear shit that's happening close to them or very loud. But on the other hand, they hear it in all directions, and it's harder to block, much harder to block. So going unheard, it has an interesting dynamic. Now, the best choice is merely to keep out of earshot altogether, if you can, because that is the biggest weakness of hearing. It's range. If something is far away, even if it's not that quiet, they're not going to hear it really. The next best thing is to go when or where there is already noise. How about that? It's so hard to be quiet, dude. It's hard. It's hard to be quiet. What's much easier is for there already to be noise and for people to not be able to fucking hear you over that noise. Now, that noise could be a lot of things. It could be rain, which is nice because it's not always loud unless the storm is crazy, but it's at least happening all the time. It's steady. Rain keeps going and going and going as long as it's raining. So you don't have to do timing or something with it. Thunder is a thing. People use thunder. to conceal, to hide when they're doing something loud. So maybe you have to do something loud, like fucking, for some reason, you know, your fucking great lockpicking skills have failed and you didn't bring your lockpicks, and you got to get through this lock. You think that the best way to do it is to bang it off. That's going to be loud as hell. If people are not too close and you do it when the thunder strikes, if you happen to be lucky and there's a storm going, well, you know, maybe they won't hear it. Fan, even a fan being on can help, even if, especially if it's close to the person you're trying not to be heard by. Music or TV, that's a big one, especially if you're sitting around in a house where somebody is. Music, TV being loud is a big one. Talking, sometimes people can't hear you over their own fucking big mouths when they're talking to people. Even something like wind chimes, pretty gentle, but it's a sound. Be creative with this one. Because yes, it's hard. Yes, you have to be lucky. Yes, you have to rely on what is already there and what is already happening. You can't control it, or sometimes you can. Sometimes you can make a noise happen, but that's another, we kind of covered that already, I think, under distractions. Yeah, this is hard to do, but it's worth thinking about because it's so much easier to be drowned out by another noise than to be crazy quiet. Here's one. Keep your mouth shut. You've heard me say that before, but this time I'm not talking about talking. I mean, literally, keep your mouth shut when you're sneaking around. Breathe slowly through your nose. Because why? When your heart is pounding because you're nervous and sneaking around, it can be heard through your mouth. Don't discover that the hard way. Because the thing is, you might practice sneaking around and not realize that you're not nervous. So your heart's not pounding. There are things that happen different when you're doing it for real. And so maybe if you want to see what I'm talking about, after your cardio, okay, after you're fucking running or fucking fighting or doing your ballerina practice or whatever gay ass shit you do, okay, when your heart is pounding after that, practice sneaking around. And try it with your mouth open. See what I'm talking about. I think it might happen more to some folks than others, depending on their fucking physiology. But some people's hearts, like, you can hear them out of their mouth beating like crazy. And now we'll talk about the part that's actually about being quiet. Shift your weight very slowly from one foothold to another. Slow. Remember, go low and go slow. Remember that one? Slow. It helps you be quiet. Keep one foot planted steadily before lifting the other. All right. So what do I mean by that? You should be able to stand on one foot, because guess what? When you're stepping, you are. When you're taking a step, you're standing on one foot for a bit there. You're lifting one foot off the ground and standing on the other one. So make sure that foot that you're not stepping with is planted quite firmly, steadily on whatever, because falling over is something that you do not want to do. Only shift the bit of your body that you must. Like when you're walking, don't bop your head up and down. Don't swing your arms. Yes, these things make you harder to see as well, that you're not moving unnecessarily. The less movement, the better for being seen. But right now I'm talking about being heard. The less you move, the less likely you are to be heard or to bump into something. So only shift the bit of your body that you need to move. Okay, whether you're stepping or crawling or whatever, just move one little part at a time slowly. Be very slow to lift your foot, to put it forward, and to put it down. Think about all these things, each thing on its own, because you can, like, let's say you think you know what is there on the ground, near the ground. Your foot could collide with something anyway that you didn't know was there. Maybe it wasn't there before, and now it is. When you lift your foot, you could hit something. When you put your foot forward, you could hit something. When you put it down, you are going to hit something, or even worse, maybe you won't hit something when you thought you were going to, because the ground or floor is not there, right? So do it slow while keeping your other foot planted well. so that if anything goes wrong, you'll be all right. You're not going to be falling over or making loud sounds any more than you have to. Don't lift your foot higher than needed. It's harder to stay quiet, and it's harder to stay standing if you lift your foot higher than you need to. With that said, don't lift your foot too little either. It might hit a bump or something else on the ground. A lot of ground is not even. You could be on an incline going upward without even knowing it. There could be a little bump. There could be a rock on the ground. So lifting it too little can cause your foot to skid, especially if you're breaking the other rule and not going slow. Then your foot will sort of skid in a more noisy way. Lift your foot straight up and put straight down. Don't drag your feet. Not even a tiny bit. Don't drag your feet at all. Straight up, straight down. It's too noisy to do any kind of sideways motion. Straight up and straight down, slowly, for the most part, is the quietest thing. There could maybe be exceptions to that, but for the most part, that's how it is. If you fuck up, because you're going to fuck up. Something's going to happen. Maybe it's small, maybe it's huge. I don't care. If you fuck up, when you fuck up, don't freak out. Play it cool. If you stumble a bit, or you need to switch where you're going in the middle of stepping, do it as deftly, smoothly, quietly as you can. Be adaptable. Okay, don't get stuck. A lot of this is a mental game. Don't get stuck being needlessly committed to putting your foot where you thought you were going to put it. If it turns out mid-step that's bad, switch it up and do it as smoothly as you can. Even if you trip and fall the fuck over, pick the least bad spot to fall towards. Okay, don't give up. Just fall towards the best spot to fall towards, like a spot on the ground. Like, what is that going to be? I don't know. You're going to have to find that out for yourself. Maybe there's a spot that would be louder to fall onto and a spot that would be quieter to fall onto. Maybe there's a spot where if you fall there, you're going to fucking knock vases over and shatter them or something. You're going to have to think about this stuff. You're going to have milliseconds to think about this stuff. I don't know what it's going to be. But practice thinking about this stuff. Do falling drills on that note. Let's talk about that, where you try to break your fall quietly without getting hurt. Because without getting hurt, that's something that you should be doing anyway. If you're doing fighting drills, one of the, in my view, biggest things to do drills on over and over, one of them is getting up from whatever, a seated position, a lying position. And the other one is going down, falling safely. Those are two of the biggest things in fighting drills, because they're things that are going to have to happen, whether you like it or not. People will not, wait for you to get into a fighting stance and then ring the bell. If you fall over, they're not going to wait for you to get back up. So you want to be good at getting up. You want to be good at falling without hurting yourself. But here we're talking about being quiet, falling quietly and falling without hurting yourself. The two actually kind of go hand in hand. Because, both of them involve doing it kind of softly. But, to be fair, learning falling and getting up from different schools can be helpful here, because some schools, like I've seen certain Krav Maga schools, because Krav Maga is a good school of fighting. Sometimes they get stuck on breaking your fall by slapping the ground, which it could be good. But I don't know if it's the best habit to get into, especially if you want to be a sneaky ninja. Because what if you're falling when you're sneaking around? I don't think you should be slapping the ground necessarily. I tend to like more of a, it's almost like hard falling versus soft falling, like we say in Kung Fu, hard versus soft. You may not want to roll, right? Because you might be rolling into something bad, but having rolling on the brain, even just rocking a little bit, could be good. And always put your head forward so that you don't hit the back of your head on shit. That's one of the most common ways to get badly hurt. Whatever, you're gonna have to, you can't learn this stuff from me talking to you. You're gonna have to figure that shit out for yourself. And if you made a sound, stop and wait quietly. Maybe that's obvious. A lot of this stuff might be obvious, but you need to think about this. Think about this obvious stuff if you want to sneak around like a ninja, okay, and be physically sneaky. If nobody seemed to hear you, right, and when you made a sound, okay, you stop and wait. Nobody seemed to hear it, or they seemed to think it was, quote, nothing. Wait quietly a little before going on, right? Because the thinking behind that, of course, is if you continue right away, you could make another sound. It could be something as innocent seeming, or maybe not innocent seeming. It could be something as small as you creak the floor. You creak some floorboards. You stop and wait for a while to see if they think it's anything, but also because if you took another step and creaked the floorboard again right away, that is more likely to catch their attention. So you wait a while after you make a little sound or a big sound. Now, if they may be about to check on it because they thought it might have been, quote, something, then it's time to hide. And this is why you do the thing that I talked about last time, which is always keep in mind the ways in, the ways out, and the places to hide whenever you're sneaking around, because you never know when you'll have to go to one of those. Do I have time to burn? I guess I do have time to burn. Maybe I'll go for the other senses. What do you think? You like the ninja stuff? Going unseen. Let's talk about that. So this is the one where they have range. They can see you from very far away, but so easy to block as long as you're behind something and it's not a very open spot. And they have to be looking at you. If you're behind them, they're not looking, their eyes are closed, whatever, then it's not happening. So range is the big weakness of going unseen. You have to be aware of folks that may be very far away from you, or cameras that may be very far away from you, and you may not know they're there. So you have to think like that, like maybe they're there and I don't know they're there. Privacy and security overall, the kinds of folks that are not very strong in it are folks that think, it's probably fine. It's all right. It's no big deal. It's probably fine. There's probably no one there. This probably won't go wrong. This probably won't happen. People who are like that don't have a raw talent for privacy and security. They might be able to learn it for sure, but the talent goes to the folks who have like a humility, or like a constantly trying to find something wrong with something, that like, well, maybe it could, maybe I haven't thought of how it could go wrong. Maybe there could be someone there. And that's a big deal, I think, when it comes to going unseen, because motherfuckers can see you from so far away. So there's quite a large area you have to have around you in your mind, and thinking that folks could be there. And there's no way you could have a good grip on everything that's going on in such a large area around you. So be humble. Maybe something's there that can see you. So it's best to go, of course, where there mostly isn't anybody around to see you. This is, even though sight has a long range, it still has a limit on its range. And some spots have lots of cover, right? Like heavily wooded mountains, for example. Some spots have lots of cover. So if you're going to heavily wooded mountains in the middle of the wilderness and nowhere close to any popular trail or camping area, then doesn't mean you won't see anybody. That's for sure. It doesn't mean you'll never bump into anybody, but it's a great first start. And it means that if you live your life in a way or if you, while you're out there anyway, you carry yourself in such a way that you know that sooner or later somebody will be there, then you can be very sneaky. And you should watch out because you're not the only one thinking like that. And there are lots of stories of running into somebody weird like you in the woods. And not all weirdos are nice weirdos like you. And sometimes there's groups of them doing weird shit out there. So watch out. If you want to be like Ray 01 and go fuck around in the woods for a while, watch your fucking back, okay? Because nobody else is there to. It's also best to go where it's hard to see very far. I already covered that. I'm just reading shit mindlessly. Yeah, there's hills. There's buildings, Let's not forget. It's kind of funny. It won't come to your mind very easily. You might think of woods. Urban areas are funny because, yeah, they have way more folks around to see you, but they also have more cover than any other kind of environment. If you think woody mountains have lots of cover, urban environments have way more cover. Urban environments have a bunch of buildings, some of which are tall, and those buildings are full of holes and stairs and elevators, and you can climb around inside them. And there's underground structures all over the place in like cities. So urban environments actually have more cover than anywhere, even though they have lots of folks. Now, of course, there's also the fact that you can blend in when there's lots of folks, when it's normal to see someone. Sometimes you don't have to go unseen. Sometimes you can just be boring, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Right now, we're actually talking about going unseen. So urban areas are in some ways hard for that because there's lots of folks to see, but there's also more cover than there is anywhere else. So it kind of makes up for itself. If you can, it's best to sneak at night, of course, and or stay in the dark. Like in the video games, when you're sneaking around, you stay in the shadows. Like in Splinter Cell or whatever, you have a little meter that shows how lit up you are, how easy it is to see you. You got to have that meter in your head. So it's good to move at night, and it's good to stay in the dark. Night vision is one of the best bits of kit around. One of the best tools you can get your hands on. Like right after a gun, pretty much, night vision is like the next thing. I feel like it's a lot of people who don't get that. Okay, so you got to be told that. Night vision's great. If you can see in the dark without needing a light, I mean, there's a lot of great things about that. One of them is that you don't need a light. So it's going to be harder to see you if you're in the dark. You won't need a light. So it's going to be hard to see you because you're going to be walking around like a fucking vampire. All right. And if you must put on a light, try a dim one, or a red one, or like one that's what do they call them? Fucking black lights. Okay, UV lights. Dim red light is mostly the way to go. Tip it down toward the ground and be ready to turn it off any second. If you got a dim red light, you're tipping it down towards the ground, you're keeping it behind cover. It can be pretty sneaky, but it's still not great. So be ready to turn it off quickly. Even if you can't do any of the former, always look for cover. This is a big one, as I'm sure you know. Always look for cover and stay behind it as much as you can, even if you think nobody's around. Go behind the cover. And do keep, if you do know about anybody being around, think about where they are, of course, or where they're going, and think about what cover is between you and them right now, but also what cover is going to be between where they're going to be and where you're going to be. Okay, so having some decent visual spatial intelligence can help you, because you're thinking about where you're going to be, where they're going to be, and what's in between those places, right? And you can manage your trajectory to keep yourself behind cover from their perspective, even if one or both of you are moving. If there is no cover, are you sure? What if you go very flat against the ground or very flat against the wall? Is there still no cover at all? There's no bumps at all? Nothing? No grass or anything? There might be a little cover even if you think there's none. And having only some of you behind cover is better than nothing a lot of the time. If there truly is no cover, go when or where nobody is looking, but time it carefully and think about how fast you can go without being hurt. That's kind of goes without saying, but if there's no cover, all you have left is to go when they're not looking or where they're not looking. If somebody is about to look at you and you can't stop it, try making yourself small and staying very still. Don't look them in the eye. They might not see you, even if they look right at you. Just try it. Hey, if it's all you got, make yourself small and stay still. Freeze. Don't look them in the eye. Be like you're not there. They might look right at you and not see you. It can work. People who are very good at sneaking pull this off. And you can even sneak by right in front of somebody while they're looking. But it takes skill and luck. Mostly they aren't looking very closely, and you keep yourself small and go very slowly. Maybe they're looking at something in front of you and you're in the background, whatever. They're not focusing on you. You go real slow. You make yourself real small. With a little luck, you can sneak right by in front of somebody while you're in their field of vision. Can be done. And that's enough of that crap for now. We're going to go to a break where some robots are going to tell us some jokes, and our sponsors will do a Coke card and a U.S. citizenship. And we'll be back to talk about some other crap after that break.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that exactly?
We don't.
Is the cipher in the room with us right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today, we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities, that we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate. Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Karl Wattner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Karl Wattner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Karl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Karl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
What are we doing? Are we still talking about season 9? No. We're gonna read the other senses for the next time. What are we gonna do now? Well, that's up to you, because you can call in at PAZNIA.com/call2 and completely derail the whole show if you want. If you want to. You're not going to take me up on that, are you, though, pussy? So instead, we're going to read fan mail and crap like that. Let's read a couple. Let's read a couple formal fan mails first, shall we? New tip from Anonymous. It just says it's just a link to a website, monero.forum. And it's, I mean, I assume this is this could be like the guy who made the site. I don't know. If that's true, then that's kind of cool. They can't be that bad if they're a listener of the show, but it could also just be some rando. But monero.forum does seem worth a check. It's always a risk, isn't it, to give me a link to your thing, because I might talk a whole lot of shit about it. I'm just going to say what I truly think about it, because your piddly Monero donation which is much appreciated, is not enough to buy my praise. But Monero forum seems cool. Monero.forum seems cool. I don't know. It looks like it's real new, and it's pretty much what it sounds like. Like when you look at it, it looks kind of like what software is this? It kind of looks like it almost looks like a subreddit or something. We got, but I guess, yeah, latest hot categories. This is just a forum. It's a forum that has like one. Oh wait, hold on. There are categories. Lounge. Fuck is that? Well, I'm not gonna mess around on the site right now, but I don't know. It looks like there's folks like posting some businesses that take Monero and advertising their goods that they're selling for Monero. I'm not seeing any. Here, let's read the Welcome to Monero forum post. Why not? This forum is for people who actually use Monero and want to see it grow. This is the place to ask for help with wallets, nodes, and privacy. Talk about Monero tech, tools and projects, share sites and merchants that accept XMR, discuss mining and hardware and price. Site rules. Be respectful. No spam, scams, or annoying promotions. No illegal activity. This isn't the darknet. Us the right category for posts and keep them on topic. Well, it's funny because what it mostly seems to be is people advertising. Let's see. I made custom use Monero stamps, shit talking and gossiping thread. Ooh, that sounds fun. Are all the services posted here legit, or some of it is phishing attempts? Giving away 1 XMR to kickstart the forum. Oh yeah, that's another one. He's got a promotion. Once the site reaches 500 users, he's going to randomly give 1 XMR to an address that's posted on that thread. So those odds aren't bad, especially if you made multiple accounts and post multiple addresses. What mineral items would you guys like to buy? Would you accept payment and blah, blah, blah. What's up, my niggas? Let's read that one. We got time to kill. Comprar Monaro. Hey, you know what I'm saying? And the admin responds, just trying to promote the forum. What are you two up? That's cool, bro. I hope you're successful. Okay, so that's a good start for the culture of the forum. I don't know, it looks cool. Maybe you should get in on the ground floor of this baby. I don't mind it. Just a little centralized ClearNet Monero forum. Seems cool. Thank you for sharing that, Anonymous. And a new tip from Thought Crime Boss, where he says, Mr. Thane, what are some efficient ways to spread some disinformation about your real life identity, such as linking it to multiple fake addresses and leaving trails that lead to nowhere? I'm going to resist the urge to be like, well, what is a real life identity? Really, all identities are just blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do that to you, Thought Crime Boss. I'll be like, all right, you're one of these people who has a legal identity that's on your birth certificate. And efficient ways to spread disinformation about it. So I do love disinformation. It is fun. What constitutes efficient rests on what your threat model is, who you're trying to mislead. Like, is it anybody who's curious about you, who will merely use a little open source intelligence or a search engine or social media to look into you? Or is it an investigator that you want to throw off the trail in some way? Because each one, I would say, has different, what constitutes efficient, right? Because by efficient, you mean, I guess, not putting in too much effort, not putting in too much work or too much cash to make something cool happen. I don't know if there's any one size fits all answer to this. You can be creative, or you can hire a privacy consultant for your specific situation. But, obviously things you can do, you basically said it yourself. You can link it to multiple fake addresses. Like you can have, let's say on your driver's license, it says an address that's a residential address. And maybe you can even get mail there and have it forwarded to you in some way, or you pick it up there now and then. Picking up there now and then poses a risk because it means that you are physically there at some time, which isn't great. You could have them bring it to you somewhere, which isn't the best because it means you have to find someone who's willing to do that, and they could in theory work with someone to catch you or something if they were threatened or whatever. Really, it depends on your threat model. You can have it forwarded somewhere else and then forwarded somewhere. It's up to you how many steps of forwarding you want between you and whatever, where you originally received some mail. Whatever's on your driver's license is, of course, a pretty good, if you choose to have a driver's license, right? You can have more than one, quote unquote, real life identity. I said I wasn't going to do that, but I got to throw it in there a little bit. You can have more than one, or the line really is quite blurry what constitutes your real life identity. And in my view, I try to push people to have different identities for different things, for different, I call them folds, like where you live, where you work, who you hang out with, blah, blah, blah. It's good to have different identities for different things. But to actually answer your question, which I feel like I haven't done that enough. So yeah, it depends who's looking for you. Like if it's just like online search type stuff, people being curious, you can plant all sorts of fake information about where you live by simply making purchases of stuff to a certain address, having a certain billing address for your payment, whatever, having it on your ID. If cops are looking for you, they go there first. But you got to be careful with that because like bludgies are not as dumb as some folks think. Or at least they have more tools. Like if you're in any kind of city, there's a lot of cameras around these days. And if you think they don't like follow you through cameras, you got another thing coming. Like if there's a specific event that they are trying to find you from, your license plate. I mean, your license plate should not be registered to an entity that is connected to you in some other way. If you want to register a car legally, this might be I'm getting sidetracked at this point, but fake license plates should be considered. But yeah, like if there's a specific event that occurs that they're trying to figure out where you went, they can follow you in the cameras. Oh, some of these body cam videos are highly valuable in showing that, as well as misidentifications by AI technology. Right. Yeah. They follow you through cameras. Also walking. You don't have to be driving. They can get this person's security camera footage, that person's security camera footage. What was that game? There's a Japanese indie game where they have you do this yourself. What's it called? Tokyo Psychodemic. That's what it's called. Tokyo Psychodemic actually seems like a fun indie game where you do this yourself. You like follow people through cameras and you have to be like, oh, okay, they were walking that way, so let me get this camera footage. Now, of course, they cut out the boring part where instead of being a magical hacker, having a magical hacker that can send you the camera footage, you have to like present warrants or like whatever. Yeah, anyway, instead of I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here. So red herrings, efficient ways to spread red herrings totally depends on, I feel like for the casual people, it's easy. Wherever you're supposed to put information, your number, your address, your whatever, your email address, fucking how old you are, whatever, social security number, you can plant fake information anywhere where you would put that. But it's kind of up to you to imagine where that is, unless you talk to a guy like me for your specific situation. But if you want to get advanced, I don't know if that counts as efficient, but it is fun to have a real investigator after you, because it's so much more fun to spread disinfo to that kind of person. And it's not like as easy, but it's more rewarding. Like, for example, you create a narrative where like you have what's on your driver's license or whatever is a quote unquote fake address or not where you actually live. You create a fake trail to where you supposedly actually live, by having, let's say, the mail forwarded to that address. And maybe you even tell the person that this is where you actually live or whatever, like, so that they assume. So that way, an investigator following your trail has another step to go to, and they can feel smart. They can feel like they're doing a good job to find this stuff. You can also, you can be really advanced. Like, you can say things that imply things about you. You can say things that imply what the weather is like where you are, or You're going to this event, whatever. Like you've picked a place that you're not gonna admit that you live there. Like, let's say people don't even know what city or state or country you live in. You can pick one to not admit that you live there, but to plant. It looks like you're slipping up and giving hints about where you are, but it's fake. So for example, oh yeah, I'm going to see this show or whatever. And you might not even say exactly what it is, but like, if you create enough data points, fake data points, the weather was like this at this time, whatever. You can trick someone. Now, of course, that only works if your threat model includes someone who's really going through shit with a fine-tooth comb and trying really hard to figure out where you are. Then you can really fuck with that person because they'll be paying close attention to every little way that you seem to slip up. But yeah, I don't know if that, I feel unsatisfied with my answer to that. I feel like it's a good question. But yeah, I guess it's just because it really depends on your specific situation and threat model, but I don't know. Hopefully you like that answer. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, Crime Boss, but thank you for your good questions, as always. Let's kill more time. Let's kill the rest of our time with a bunch of crap. Shall we try and look at all the crap that happened in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat? There was that whole PAZCraft server thing. And blah, blah, blah. I feel like Charles asked me good questions. Maybe I should search this chat. There we go. I searched it for my name. That'll be good enough. Oh, right. Okay. So Charles said something pretty good. At Thane Riddle. Don't know if you've heard of Arweave, but it's meant to function as a permaweb. Odyssey is apparently shifting to it for permanent data storage. I bring it up because a quote from their FAQ about their transition mirrored some of your points about a ZK base layer language protocol that could be interpreted through all manner of novel front ends, unreliant on big tech brand names to platform. Possibly even UIs spun up at the user level and displaying only what meets their criteria. We believe that the future of digital content lies in protocol. Don't ask me why he's an Irish Catholic priest. Lies in protocols, not platforms. Open protocols enable a decentralized ecosystem where data and content can be freely exchanged and accessed without being held hostage to a single platform. This approach promotes greater flexibility, interoperability, and freedom for both creators and viewers. In contrast, platforms tend to centralize and become points of failure for its users and are easily targeted by malicious bodies. They seem like ESL. The rest of the FAQ is here, and he links to the Odyssey FAQ, whatever. Arweave seems pretty cool. They offer permanent cloud storage R drive that you buy with a one-time fee to store encrypted or permanently public and unencrypted on their blockchain with a lifespan of supposedly 200 plus years. Yes. To answer your question, yes, I know about Arweave. But unfortunately, one of the things about having read about hundreds of projects like this or whatever is that they kind of all blend together in my head sometimes. I have a gut feeling that Arweave piqued my interest more than the average project, but I'm sorry to say that it's not fresh in my memory, but it might be worth making a note about to talk about more another time, like we used to do with Sama's links. Here, let me write this down. And it's also possible I have talked about Arweave on the show before, and that I just can't remember. But yeah, I'm kind of aware of it. I can't remember which one it is. I think it might be a good one. And also, actually, it's not Odyssey. It's You're actually talking about Library, which is the underlying protocol. Odyssey is just a centralized web front end for Library, but that's okay. I'll forgive you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. That's cool. You always say good stuff, Charles, even if I don't say anything very good in answer to it. Magdul Mendal. I feel like I say it differently every time. Magdul Mendal. Comment. Thank you, Thane. Merry Kwanzaa. The sky meat burps are indeed tasty this year. Mine test is now called Luanti, which means something build, something Lua. In ass speak, should we use Holochain to make tokens with cool tokenomics to give people shitcoins for in-game use? Something like Hex, but with super high transaction fees or with rebasing or so. I'm having a stroke right now. Sorry. Actually, maybe we should. That could be like a fun way to get us and anyone else into. We could play with developing stuff on Holochain, and we could make a hap for in-game stuff, tokens. I think I might be catching your stroke. It's probably the sky meat. I think that might have been poisoned. But yeah, I think that could actually be a cool idea. We could get familiar with fucking Rust and Holochain, building a hap by making a faggot tier Dogecoin token on Holochain and use it in our mine test game. That could actually be kind of cool. Maybe we could even develop a fucking mine test plugin so that it integrates with the game directly. That could be a interesting thing if it doesn't waste too much time. Comment. Announcement. I have no fucking idea what the gamer girl thing means, but I assume it's a good joke. I love confusing jokes. They make my brain tingle. Opinions on decentralized game servers? Abashagabash. Is that like an ashwagandhan sign-off or greeting? Decentralized game servers. That's something I've thought about for many years. I thought about CryptoKitties before it existed. I invented that idea in my head. And I thought about things like this. I don't know. I'm not really up on. I've heard of a few decentralized game projects. Whatever, dApps as games. I've heard of a few, and it's cool. I don't know. That's my opinions. I haven't stayed up on it really. That's your job. You're supposed to give us the links and tell us about it. Rayo2 says, they're one of the reasons I care to game a bit anymore. The decentralized servers and running the game systems in an exotic way. I stumbled across P2P Halo 2 servers early this year. Halo 3 P2P seems to be close too. So you guys, apparently you guys know about something that I just don't even know. So you guys are talking about emulating the server for some existing old game with a decentralized infrastructure. That is a cool thing that I just didn't know about. So what's my opinion? That's cool. And I'm happy to hear that exists, which I just heard about for the first time. Enjoy. What do you think? Am I caught up on the PAZNIA Radio Network chat? I feel like I missed a lot of good stuff. PAZcraft. But PAZcraft has its own chat now. Anyway, whatever. It's enough of that crap right now. You can call in if you want. PAZNIA.com/call2 while I fucking fumble around here. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Should I just go into the building the second realm thing? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Well, whatever. Here's the building second realm thing. We're supposed to talk more about building second realm networks, meaning talking to people, eye contact, scary stuff like that. Last time I was talking about this, I feel like I've talked about it twice now. Yeah, I did. And I was talking about growing the network, but also refining it, honing it down so that you're talking to only the top 10% people, focusing on the top 10%, and then using those folks to find the other stuff, which is the better groups of people, and then focusing on the top 10% there and so on. And I don't know how I wasted an entire session only talking about that. Maybe I had a short amount of time. But so I guess now what we'll talk about now is folds when it comes to networks. So to confuse my strange term even more, I don't only talk about parts of your life in folds, but I also talk about networks of people as folds. So as you meet more folks, you may find yourself going across sundry social circles that you can at least loosely tell apart if you think about it, though they may share some folks between them. They share you at least, though you may not go by the same name. And you may even be welcomed into one or more elite inner circles that are invite only. And that's not as loose an association. They may even have a name for themselves or even their own little laws about how they work. Whatever kind of circle it is, I call these folds. So folds are something you'll find already out there, whether people understand that they're doing it or not. Some folds form on their own. Some folds are informal. They could be around an event, just a group of people that go to an event. Or they could be something done very willfully with a name, like a street gang or or like a foundation, a protest group or something, whatever. Or it could be a market. Now, however much you have seen more than one fold happening loosely or not so loosely, you should think about making your own at some point. If you're doing your job when it comes to both growing and honing your network, you'll find enough folks and enough kinds of folks that you should be kind of ranking them in your mind, not only between who's better and who's worse, but maybe this kind of motherfucker and that kind of motherfucker. These ranks should be all about what these folks do and how well they do them. So I'm not so concerned about other things, more about what they do and how well they do them. You think about that when you're networking with people. Now, these ranks that you put people into are the layout for the folds that you might want to make if they aren't already there. Why fold up like this? Folds bring together what needs to come together and keep apart what doesn't need to be together. That's true whether you're talking about things within your own life, where you're putting things into folds, or whether you're talking about people. Putting folks into folds brings the folks together that need to come together and keeps apart the folks that don't need to be together. This is a great power that hides behind all the workings of the world in which you live. There are folds in the mighty forces and plasma frameworks throughout space, galaxies, star clusters, star systems, and planets. There are folds in the earth, the water, and even the air. And in the life forms, there's cells and chemistry, and in smaller and smaller particles. These folds are how things get stronger, do more with less, stick around as long as they need to, and make many more of themselves by the time that sooner or later they must die. And it's no big deal because the other folds don't need them anymore. This is how all those fires, as you'll see me call them in my manifesto, the power of fire. The universe is one big fire. Technology is fire. Social networks are a kind of fire. Memes are a kind of fire. Mind viruses, all right? All works through folds. And these folds of friends are a breed of meme, actually. A powerful meme that is well known to work across many fields, whether it be socializing, organizing, business, the market itself, digital networks, intelligence, counterintelligence, and insurgency. And I'm touching on something that is sometimes called a cell structure or what else do they call it? It's a decentralized cell structure organization, decentralized cell organization, whatever the hell they call it in books. Something that's used in insurgencies and in business and blah, 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 whether people know it or not. So I'm talking about focusing on, honing in on, folding up around doing what people do and how good they are at doing it. Now, since this is all about getting things done, that's why you want to fold up around what kinds of things are done. Now, this is just my idea. You can sort of do your own thing with it, but this is my thinking. There's 4 kinds of things you can do, in my view anyway. And so you can fold networks of people, organizations of people, whether they be loose organizations or tight organizations, around these 4 things. One is knowledge folds. Another is what I call maker folds. Another is business folds. And then we've got what I like to call welfare folds. And that's not about getting checks on the first of the month, folks. It's a different kind of welfare. Knowledge folds are for finding knowledge, sharing knowledge, shooting the shit, bringing folks together. And of course, making cover to hide other folds, as well as catch most of the infiltrators early and keep them busy doing pretty much nothing. Maker folds are for making stuff, wielding tools, learning about tools, modding tools, building tools, playing with cool toys, trying out new tools together, talking about tools, storming new tools, new stuff to make with them, and of course, fucking up, breaking stuff, working out what went wrong, and trying again. These tools could be anything. It could be art, drugs, communication, digital, crafting, buildings, farming, survival, medicine, guns, bombs, whatever. Business folds are for offering goods for sale, finding work, buying stuff, finding workers, logistics and transportation, finance, investing, seeking investment, starting or growing a business, networking with other business folk, and talking business. Welfare folds are for talking about, learning about, gearing up for, and working together for survival, prepping, farming, nomadism, hiding stuff, building shelters, setting up safe houses, stockpiling, bugging out, and or any kind of fighting, whether it be hand-to-hand shooting or otherwise. Of course, you might want to drill down even further for any given kind of knowledge, any kind of making, business, welfare. You may want to drill down and have smaller and smaller folds if you know enough people to do that. Same for any given project or business within one of these categories. If you know enough people for one project, then they become their own fold, right? Like, so for example, you might have a maker fold, like the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency, that is incubating all kinds of ideas, mostly software and hardware related to whether it be decentralized networks or privacy or cool stuff like that. And then when something reaches the right stage of incubation, like whatever, it could be, let's say, a project for monetizing reticulum with holochain, right? Then that could become its own little subfold that breaks off of people that want to work on that thing specifically. And then we've got what I call innies and outies. All right. You got an innie or an outie. There's a dimension besides what kind of fold, what kind of thing people are doing. Another dimension that you can fold niggas up by is the in-out dimension. What the fuck is that? It's not a dimension in California with burgers and shakes. All right. The in and out dimension. No, not that. We're talking about inner and outer folds. More inner folds are ones that are more hidden, harder to get into, have better folks in them, and can do cooler, more hardcore shit. Whereas more outer folds are less hidden, less hard to get into, have more kinds of folks in them, and can get away with less cool shit. Example. Here's some examples along this dimension, roughly from outer to inner. And really, I'm pulling this out of my ass here. There are different ways that it happens in real life. But here's an example. We can have what I call the open fold. Here's where anybody who looks for it can find it. Anybody can get in. And they mostly don't like it if you even talk about doing something fun, like hurting somebody who has it coming. This is really common for open folds because they're inclusive and they're out in the open. So whatever, they mostly just have a bunch of morons in them, but sometimes that's a good thing because there's a quantity of people. This is how we start, by casting a wide net, right? Then you've got what I call the friendly fold. The friendly fold. A bit of networking could land you in a friendly fold pretty quickly through word of mouth. You may or may not need to be invited or to RSVP or something, but you can mostly get away with crashing it. Sometimes there are a lot of cool folks, but sometimes not so many. The ones who come back long enough are treated like friends. So like these are like recurring events, that kind of thing. You can get away with joking about something fun, but most folks here are still quite lame. This is common for like meetups and stuff like that. This is what I call the friendly fold, where it's not so open like a chat room where anyone in the world can join. It's more like, it's not that it's exclusive, it's just that you kind of have to hear about it and have to take the effort to actually go. So it becomes a layer of exclusivity that's a little bit removed from a totally open fold, even though it's not secret. Then you have the members only fold. Here's where you are asked to do something kind of official to get in. You may have to shell out a fee. It's still not very hard to get here at the end of the day. The folks here aren't much brighter, but they are more into doing something. Here's where they start flirting with doing something fun, but only a little bit of fun. So yeah, the members only fold, it's basically where you need to be a member. You need to officially be a member of something to get in, which is a bit different from a meetup. Then we've got what I call the half hidden fold. This is something you might hear about. You might hear whispers about it from inside a members only fold, but you don't know everything they do. You might know that they're there, but you don't know everything they do. And you hear that they don't let in any old Tom, Dick, or Harry. You must earn their trust somehow, or some kind of hoop must be jumped through. You may or may not know what it is. Maybe they have to come to you. This takes a little time. Once you're in, you can speak much more frankly in these kinds of groups usually. However, you may find that they haven't done much yet, though they do have some cool stuff in the works. And they're still a bit short-sighted. They don't think big. These are common problems with the half-hidden folds. It shows a lot. It shows a lot that they're willing to make it a bit exclusive and that they were able to get a few people together. But it's a tall order for them to be, really super secure. But it's a good place to start. Once you're here in the half-hidden fold, you're on your way. And then finally, we have what I'll call the hidden fold. You don't hear about this. You don't hear about these guys. You don't know they exist. You don't hear about it until somebody offers to welcome you into it, unless they fucked up. You can work on anything in a hidden fold, anything within their alignment, of course. Even something very touchy. You can learn that there are links between this fold and others, and that they work together somehow, though you don't know everything about the others. We're talking about cells here, the decentralized cell structure, where you might have some sense the hidden fold is working with other hidden folds, but you may not know quite who they are, or quite where they are. You only know a few things about it. And some of the more outer folds are being quietly watched and nudged by this way or that way by these more hidden folds, though the outer folds don't know that. This is common. A lot of folks don't know that these more outer folds are being nudged and they are being watched by more hidden folds that they don't even know about. This is true for the bad guys and the good guys. It's true for all kinds of things. Anybody smart enough and who gets together with at least a couple other folks will eventually, sooner or later, find their way into a hidden fold where the real work gets done. And there is quiet coordination and watching. And this is where you use the outer folds as tools, shields, and nets for catching more fish, and so on. And here I'll burn even more time by giving you some examples where these two dimensions cross. For knowledge folds, an open fold could be big online chats, meetups, protests. Friendly folds are friend groups, word of mouth meetups. Members only folds, a cute little club, maybe with a non-aggression agreement, right? Now you're starting to get to something official, right? A half-hidden knowledge fold would have pretty good OPSEC, openly talking about breaking the law, talking strategy, warning about the bludgies, wondering out loud who's a Fed. And then the hidden knowledge fold is where you get spying, intelligence analysis, counterintelligence, disinformation, making files on folks, putting other folks up to doing stuff they don't truly understand, sharing intel with other hidden folds. For maker folds, the open ones are open source projects and the chats for the projects, technical and practical chat rooms, gun forums, tech conventions, troll groups, right? Like the good old GNAA or Anonymous. A friendly maker fold could be an open source project developer chat. It could be a hackerspace, makerspace, biospace, men's sheds, if you ever heard of that, repair cafes, community gardens, biohackers, nerdy friend groups, and friends who shoot together. Members only maker fold is a tech startup, a small business, a DAO, tech collective, administration of a hackerspace, or the like. Half hidden maker fold would be a known hacker group, the Ghost Gunner elite, pseudonymous folks working on subversive tech, friends snickering over illegal gun mods. And then the hidden maker fold is something like hacker groups that are mostly unknown, the manufacturing of gun components off the books, black market drug cookers, shadow fund technology officers, talking strategy, and subversive tech stacks. These are the people who fund a lot of subversive technology from behind the scenes. You don't even know they exist. Business folds. An open business fold is like a farmer's market, a flea market, street market, gun show, darknet markets, crypto marketplaces, any open marketplace that anyone can get into. A friendly business fold is the world of handshake deals, small businesses with cash discounts, online business listings, like on fucking Craigslist or some shit, shady pawn shop deals. Members only business fold would be something like a ticketed convention or festival, a buyer's club, a cow share, members only stores, private markets. Half hidden business folds are black market dealers, non-KYC crypto dealers, fencers, and hidden darknet markets. These are the darknet markets that aren't openly advertised. The hidden business folds are like smuggling networks, big money laundering, scheming shadow funds, black market wholesale, and of course, red markets. And then, of course, we've got the welfare folds. Open welfare folds, you got to be careful with these ones. Prepper chats and meetups. I remember a prepper who brags to everyone that they're a prepper may not be a very good prepper. So be careful with those guys. Farming groups, tactical chats and forums, van life forums, if you can stand them, rainbow gatherings, and other festivals for homeless weirdos. Yes, that's right. I consider that to be a welfare group because homeless people are resourceful. Online groups for dumpster diving, hitchhiking, that sort of thing. Friendly welfare folds would be camping friends, people you like to camp with, homeless friends, prepper friends, friends who shoot together, friends who do fighting drills or spar together. These could be people you go to martial arts school with. And of course, street fighting, if you have the stomach for that. It's like Fight Club, folks. Members only welfare fold is like a basic bitch prepping group. Sometimes people like to, we have to organize as a community and have an official membership. Usually don't want to trust those people too much, but sometimes they're good places to network. Tactical classes, martial arts schools, gun clubs, groups of squatters, intentional communities. That could be whatever. It could be, there's different kinds of communes. Fighting tournaments, and of course, subversive festivals are an example. They can be a members only welfare group, depending on how they're done. A half hidden welfare fold is like a low key prepper group. Now we're starting to get interesting. Low key tactical classes, low key shooting and fighting friends, homeless folks hiding, and many volumes, second realms, freedom cells, PAZNIAs, many militia groups and such fall into this category of a half hidden welfare fold. And then the fully hidden welfare fold is where it gets interesting. This is where you have insurgent cell networks, criminal organization leaders and enforcement, very good prepper groups, and very hardcore volumes and the like. Now, do I have any time to talk about this crap? Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just end the show early and you guys can go fuck yourselves. How about that? That sounds good to me. Oh, how about this? Here, I'll throw you something extra. Sorry about that. They didn't say this was fan mail, so I don't want to like read what the other person said, but somebody recently got me to produce a rant. So why not reuse it as free content, since it's something I could have easily said to anyone. You may have heard this before, the debate between ZK snarks versus the Monero way of doing things when it comes to privacy coins. If you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, then I'll tell you. So the way Monero does privacy for the sake of keeping it short and not hard to understand. We've got ring signatures. This makes it hard to tell in a transaction which who's the sender, who's the receiver, which sender is sending to which receiver, which receiver is the quote true receiver for a transaction. So it's kind of like CoinJoin in a way, but not exactly. And then you've got the amounts of the transactions are masked, so you don't know how much Monero is moving. And then you have, of course, sub addresses that folks are supposed to use a different, like random sub address for every Monero transaction. So that makes it that much harder to link stuff. Now, this is pretty good. It's not the best possible privacy you could ever have or anything like that. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. There's another way of doing things, which was first famous because of Zcash. Now, one thing, of course, that sucks about Zcash is that privacy is opt-in. Not everything is private by default on Zcash, so that's a big pitfall, I would say, and downside of Zcash. But Zcash had an interesting approach, which is using something called ZK snarks. So you've heard me on the show talk about zero knowledge proofs. Zero knowledge proofs are going to be a big deal, and they are a big deal, I think, for cool cryptographic shit. It's a way of proving something without showing anything that they don't need to know. So like, the example I've used is you show people an ID card that has your picture, your address, your date of birth, blah, 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 just to prove that you're older than whatever, you're older than 18 or whatever. But with zero knowledge proofs, you could just prove that you're over 18 without revealing your exact age, your date of birth, how you look. You could go in there with a fucking mask on, right? And just sign. You could have a fucking Venetian mask and cloak on and just cryptographically sign something that proves you have the keys for this identity or whatever. And you don't have to reveal unnecessary shit. That's kind of how zero knowledge proofs. It's an example of how that works, kind of. Is it a good example? Good question. I don't know. But hopefully it gives you some idea of what I mean. I talk about it a lot here because, you can use zero knowledge proofs to, and like homomorphic encryption maybe and stuff, to make smart contracts where nobody can tell what the fuck is going on. And you can have zero knowledge reputations. So you can assemble a platoon of insurgent cells, right? And with an automated smart contract, and all you know is that they have the right reputations and the right skills, but you have no clue who they are, and they don't know who each other is either. So that's an example of something real cool. You can do zero knowledge proofs, but zero knowledge proofs are usually interactive, meaning they require a bit of a session, a bit of a back and forth to perform a zero knowledge proof. So it's not great for, on its own, for blockchain-based cryptocurrencies. So for that, they use non-interactive zero knowledge proofs. So the most well-known kind being ZK Snarks. Don't ask me what it stands for. I don't remember. So that way you can have a non-interactive zero knowledge proof that you can just publish to a blockchain and anyone can verify. So then it can be used to make a privacy coin, right? So that's great, right? Well, yeah, it's a cool idea. But there are people who spread rumors saying it's better. ZK Snarks is better than the Monero way. And Zcash uses ZK Snarks. So does Pirate Chain. Pirate Chain is a really cool project that you should certainly look into and stuff. And there's cool things about it. A lot of people like Pirate Chain. I'd like to interview someone for Pirate Chain maybe. But there are a lot of I just wanted to sort of I'll toss you this little bit of content since someone got me to rant about this. So it's free content for me to touch on this issue. Why is it that ZK Snarks is not simply better? So the main strength of ZK Snarks, or perhaps the only strength, is that it has a larger anonymity set than ring signatures if you're looking at only one transaction. Anonymity set means how many decoys there are per true answer, if that makes sense to you. How many, like, let's say, there's a room of 10 people and you could be any one of them, right? So your anonymity set is 10. If there's a room of 100 people and you could be any one of them, then that's a bigger anonymity set, right? So a bigger anonymity set is better. ZK Snarks in one single transaction provide you with a higher anonymity set than the ring signatures do in Monero. And it's much higher, but that's only in one transaction, first of all. So once there's multiple transactions, like Monero goes from this transaction to that transaction, and then it goes through this transaction, and then it goes through that transaction, the anonymity set grows exponentially every time. That doesn't happen with ZK Snarks. With ZK Snarks, it's capped. So with Monero, with ring signatures, the anonymity set actually grows bigger than it is with ZK Snarks anyway, after a few transactions. So right off the bat, the main strength ZK Snarks has, the whole thing that, oh my God, ZK Snarks is better than Monero. Why doesn't Monero just adopt ZK Snarks and break everything? There's a lot of reasons why not. So first of all, the strength that ZK Snarks has is not that compelling. And second, there's a bunch of downsides to ZK Snarks. The biggest and most obvious one being ZK Snarks based privacy coins like Zcash and Pirate Chain require a trusted setup. This is where a group of people have to set it up with certain trusted cryptographic data. So trust to cypherpunks such as myself is a big no-no. We don't play around with trust. We don't bet entire black market industries on a privacy technology that's based on trust. We use verifiable cryptographic algorithms, okay, that don't require you to trust anybody. That's how it's meant to work. Sorry. So ZK snarks being used for privacy coins is cool and all. Pirate Chain is much cooler than Zcash. Okay, Pirate Chain is cool, and you should check it out. But it's and I don't see eye to eye with ZK snarks is better. One day maybe there'll be a trustless way to do ZK snarks, and then it'll be more interesting for privacy coin applications. There's other applications for ZK snarks besides privacy coins, right? It's a very cool technology. One of the coolest cryptographic technologies to come out in the last 10 years or so, and you should watch it closely. And that's another thing. It came out in the last 10 years or so. So the algorithms that Monero uses for its privacy features are really old, tried and true algorithms that have existed for a long, long time. And a lot of money has been bet on them. They're very conservative, simple, easy to understand, relatively speaking. So like it's very reliable. The crypto Monero is based on is very reliable, which is important. Monero itself is the biggest, most attacked privacy coin by far. So, billions and millions of dollars in the black market are going through Monero every year. And I don't, as a privacy consultant, as a professional in this field, I don't know of a single confirmed case of chain analysis on Monero ever being used to nab anybody. Because apparently it can't be done so far. And there's huge bounties on the table for anyone who can find out how. The bludgies want to know very badly. They desperately want to break Monero, or, at least get some kind of heuristic analysis from it. Is there any more to say on this? Basically out of time anyway, so that's good enough. There's other stuff besides ZK snarks one could touch on, but we'll save it for another time. Anyway, don't mean to talk shit or anything. Pirate Chain is a super cool project, and people should look into it. And a lot of cool people like it. And I would like to interview someone from Pirate Chain. They seem pretty cool. I didn't come up with a quote for today, but I could just read you the quote that I never got to read last time. I'm supposed to plug myself according to my notes. I'm a privacy expert. I'm a super cool guy. Very funny. My cold plasmic form takes very pleasant shapes, and it hypnotizes you to achieve better privacy and security in your day-to-day life, or to achieve something specific, such as disappearing or getting out of trouble. You can talk to me, vonupodcast.com/CD, and give me some money in exchange for privacy and security stuff. And I'll leave you with a quote. Oh, fuck. I don't even have that quote. Shit. Well, actually, go fuck yourself. You're not getting a quote. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still, followed by, it's going to have some P.R.N deprogramming. This is Free Samourai Saturday. There's going to be some shit about the Samourai guys who are going to the slammer because they didn't have good enough privacy. And at 7 p.m. Central, TVP live, the Vonu Podcast live with Greg Doud is going to be happening, and they're going to talk about cool farmstead shit and stuff like that. So don't touch that dial, folks. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Ross Ulbricht speaks to Keonne Rodriguez, a.k.a. SW, co-founder of Samourai Wallet, who reports to prison for a 5-year sentence December 19th. Previously recorded via Jesse Tevelo's Space on X.
But I think we did the right thing.
You did what you had to do, man. I want to introduce Ross. Everybody, this is quite the timing, Ross, for you to pop in here. Thank you, sir. If you don't know Ross's story, you should. And Ross, feel free to give any kind of introduction you would like. But this is
Sure.
this is important. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Well, first time doing spaces, and first time hearing Keonne speak. And I just wanted to talk to you because I've been where you are, and where are you finding your strength, Keonne? Because you're facing something really terrible right now.
I'm flabbergasted you're here, Ross. I'm a little starstruck. Thank you for coming on here. We've been huge supporters of you throughout your whole ordeal, and we're so happy that you're out. And
thank you.
We
for
really
supporting me.
are. And to answer the question, I think I've said it before. I wouldn't have been able to get through this without the strength of my wife, who has stood by me, at every moment from the day the FBI raided our house to each and every pretrial hearing, and there with me while I was struggling to figure out whether to take the deal that they offered or not. So I think a lot of my strength comes from her. And the other part of it, I think, is just understanding that you're facing such a insurmountable foe that you kind of just have to go with the flow and roll with the punches. And that's kind of how I'm trying to deal with it. There's no point in fighting the inevitable, right? It's happening, and it's best to just roll with it and do everything we can so that when I do go inside, I'm not sitting there wondering, oh, could I have done any more? So I think that's how I'm doing it.
Is there anything that you're apprehensive about? Anything that I can help prepare you for? Do you know what custody level you're going to be in?
I don't know yet. I mean, we think it's going to be minimum, right?
Okay.
I did the calculations with all the points and stuff like that, and it should be minimum. And I guess that kind of ties into what I'm apprehensive about. It's nothing logistical, right? I've read as much as I could. I've talked to people who have been in custody. So it's not a logistical thing I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is more once I surrender, I'm a number and I'm part of their system, right? So even if I'm supposed to be in minimum, they can put me into low or medium, and I just have to roll with that, right? I can't go and say, hey, you got it wrong, I'm supposed to be in minimum. I just kind of have to take it on the chin, and I need to know that I'm surrendering not just physically, but also like my sovereignty. And I'm now their property for the next 5 years, and they can do with me essentially what they want.
So you're going to go most likely into a detention center in Brooklyn, and then eventually get designated to some kind of facility that'll be your long-term facility. I spent several years in the detention centers in Southern District of New York. And it's going to be a totally alien environment. It's going to be you with about 100 other guys, packed into a unit, and you're going to have to live in this situation. I guess you said you've talked to people who've been through it, so I'm sure you've got your strategy figured out. But all I'll say is just stand back and observe for the first couple months. Get a sense of who's who and how things operate, and if somebody tests you, then you just have to stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
So, I listened to your interview, and I was listening to this, and man, it's just I agree with what Jesse's saying, that you don't deserve to be facing what you're facing. And especially because they dropped the money laundering charge. And so all you have, the only authority they have to put you in prison right now is the other charge, the money transmission charge. And my understanding is that FinCEN gave you the guidance that you're not breaking that law, and FinCEN gave those prosecutors the same guidance that you're not breaking any laws.
That's right.
And we all know that you had no custody of funds, which is an element of the offense, as far as I understand it. So the way things stand right now, I don't see how anyone can justify sending you to prison for the next 5 years on those grounds. So you have my support, Keonne, and they're going to try to put you in prison in 2 weeks, but I hope they don't. And if they do, I really hope you don't spend any more time in there than you have to.
I appreciate that so much, Ross. Thank you so much for coming and speaking.
Sure.
I talked to your mom the other day after I did the Bitcoin Veterans podcast, and someone had asked me on that space. They had asked me, "Have you heard from Ross?" And I said no, and I really don't expect to. Ross just got home. He's been through something that really most people don't understand. I don't expect to hear from him. I think he should be at home healing with his family. And, so I never expected to actually speak to you. I appreciate it so much that you got on here to speak with me.
You're welcome.
Really, it's a blessing for sure. And what we're trying to do right now, Ross, is expedite getting a designation from the Bureau of Prisons so that I don't have to surrender to the MDC in Brooklyn, so that I could self-surrender to the facility directly. So hopefully what we're praying that in the next week we do get that designation, and that we can get the judge to agree to allow me to surrender directly to the facility, which I think will smooth the transition a bit, because from what I understand, they kind of call it diesel therapy, right? Where they move you from the holding facility to where you're supposed to go, but it's not like a direct flight or a direct path, right? You jump between different institutions, and you're there for a while before you move on, which
it's
makes
not
it
fun.
it's not fun, right? Exactly. So we're hoping to avoid that whole ordeal. But again, rolling with the punches. If we don't get that designation, if I do have to spend time at the MDC and go through all that, then I'll do it, and it will be something that I get through.
Just based on what I've heard from you, I think you're going to be fine. You have just the right attitude, and you're calm. You're gonna adapt to whatever they throw at you. This is a test of your character. This is a test of your strength and your will and your connection to your family and your loved ones. But just in the very brief amount of time I've heard you speak and getting to know you right now, I have a lot of confidence in you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, Ross.
I'm going to sign off.
Ross, can you hang on for just one more second? Because I have a question for you. I really, really appreciate you being here. We all do. And, the Bitcoin community took a long time to just get that groundswell of support to finally, and, with tons of people's help, it took a whole community. And finally, we got somebody to listen. And so my question to you real quick is, if you could just speak to everybody in the room and just share, encourage people about their small voice. Because I think a lot of people just, they come on these spaces or they're on X and they hear different things, and they come here for education and encouragement and whatever else it would be. But can you just maybe speak to people about the impact that one small voice can have on your situation and potentially Keonne's?
Sure. The change.org petition for my clemency made a huge difference. We used that over and over again in the campaign, and that was just an accumulation of small voices building up. You know, it mattered. It made a difference. So, you know, Keonne needs a petition if he doesn't have one. And I'll also just say that there will be times when he feels like he's forgotten because he'll be cut off, and you know, the phones will be down or the mailroom will be backed up, and he'll just be isolated. And so however much time he has to do, which hopefully will be cut short or stopped entirely, sending a letter to Keonne will make a difference. I promise you that.
Hey, Ross, before you have to jump here, sir, I don't know if there's a way you and I can get in touch, but I'd love to try to loop you into this a bit more. This is basically all I'm doing, at least for now, and I'm trying to, you know, this is an opportunity here. We're so blessed that you spent a little bit of your time here with us, and I think before you leave, I want to key in on the connection thing, and I'm all choked up.
Take your time.
I think that's natural. So go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I think we should try to connect, have a connection line, like some kind of way that we should have we need to have a fund, first of all, a Bitcoin fund for you, dude. So when you come back out, you don't feel like you missed 5 years of fucking a Bitcoin to the moon. Shit, we got to have something for Keonne so when he comes out, he's like, cool, like the guys have been stacking and everything, and I've got something. So, and some kind of communication while he's in there for those days, because you're gonna get cut off, and like just to know you can plug back into us, and you know, so
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Ross, all I'll say before you have to go is you can get my contact info from your mom.
Okay.
I've been speaking with her if you want to reach out privately. I will also say that we do have a change.org petition as well. I agree. All those voices do help. It's not the only thing, but it helps. So you can find that if you go to billandkeonne.org, KEONNE.org. There's a button at the top to sign the petition. So everyone in here, I hope you sign it. And I think while Bob is right, the Bitcoin community, at least the parts that matter, really never forgot you, Ross, and we supported you as much as we could from the outside and tried to advance your story and your agenda, and we're so happy that it finally paid off. But really, as you, I'm sure, are well aware, it was your mom and her untiring devotion to your story and traveling around the country and speaking anywhere she could. I think that really pushed the needle over the edge. She was absolutely unbelievable, and we would all be very lucky to have a mother like Lynn.
Absolutely. I mean, I was very blessed to have her fighting for me, and she was the kind of the public face of it, but there were also many others behind the scenes that were essential, including my wife and my father and various lawyers. So, just kind of getting into the understanding your situation tonight, and saw this going, jumped in, thought, man, he's facing what I was facing. Maybe I can offer some encouragement. So I hope I have, and let's stay in touch.
You were facing a lot worse than I am. you were facing a lot worse than I am. So, I'm blessed that it's only 5 years. You were facing double life.
Yeah.
And thank God you're out. Really, I never thought I saw that day. I was so happy when it happened. So thank you so much for being here, Ross, seriously. And you can contact me privately through your mom. She has my info.
All right. Well, free Keonne, free Pardon Samourai, and let's go. I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected, the newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordoner's Voluntarist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes the Vonu Podcast Live, other times things like Second Realm Speed Dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@PAZNIA.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
This is Buster Cherry coming to you from New York with a breaking story. The White House has confirmed that Dennis Porter is indeed missing and that he was captured by the North Koreans in a daring plot. A State Department spokesman told me that the North Korean President Kim Jong-un was growing increasingly concerned at the rate that American politicians were becoming orange-pilled and that one of America's greatest assets needed to be taken off the table. There are reports that Dennis is in Pyongyang being forced to read state-scripted announcements to the North Korean people, and that erectile dysfunction has been cured across the country. President Trump had some comments on the matter.
This is not the announcement I wanted to make. Dennis Porter, one of our country's greatest assets, a tremendous mind, beautiful enthusiasm for Bitcoin, has been kidnapped by North Korea. Terrible situation, disgraceful. And let me tell you, Melania, she's very upset, very disappointed. She said, Donald, who's going to tweet all those brilliant things now? Because she loves the tweets, maybe more than mine. We're going to work very hard, very fast to bring Dennis home. America needs him tweeting announcements again. We just subsidized Ozempic, and we can't subsidize Viagra as well.
Many are speculating that Dennis's absence from Twitter ensures that a bear market has begun. Paper Bitcoin winter is looking like it's going to be a cold one, folks. Please pray for the safe return of Dennis. We desperately need an announcement. This is Buster Cherry signing off.
I'm a retarded pleb. And while you're on the interstate, commuting to work, I'm behind the wheel of my 6,000-pound SUV, doing 85, while staring at my phone checking the price of Bitcoin and looking at pleb slop. World's highest IQ? Of course he's bullish. And if you don't have the right insurance, one breaking tweet by Pete Rizzo could lead to a T-bone, and not the type that goes with eggs. So get car insurance from First Amendment Mutual. First Amendment Mutual protects you from the mayhem caused by retarded plebs.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chesick, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets. End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian Freerobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian Freerobot out. Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian Freerobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordoner's Voluntarist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu Podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA Radio Network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
To this special episode of the Vonu Podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the first realm, the Cerebral Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage, by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or there different categories. It varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we've got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one. We'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and like this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and a life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username these are verified purchases, by the way, so people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this. This book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to identify. It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book and that I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just like, oh, fuck, I guess like I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and it didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, like official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition's Version of Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then a desire to murder one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in now. Chandler is next. Dangerous knowledge is the best knowledge. 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So it's an was the caption and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Elaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, so like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting. And we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W, 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a 3rd edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... all right. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read. We like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book, but in an unexpected and an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, This book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. Should shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And yeah, but the other people, said that they denounced it, also gave 5 stars. So you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom. Probably, oh God bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says. Bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, it's exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I wasn't even going to read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS, like, it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people that are taking a lot, very, very seriously, in both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today, and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to liberatingattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it. You can find it, along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LiberatingAttack.com, VonuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the second realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The school year is just getting started, but it's not too early to start thinking about ways to keep your kids busy next summer. You don't want your child to miss our Cypherpunk summer camp. We are now enrolling all kids ages 7 through 16. Cypherpunk summer camp teaches students how to build their own seed signer, broadcast a transaction using ham radio, run a lightning node, use coin joins, set up a Sparrow wallet, and much more. At Cypherpunk Summer Camp, kids don't just learn how to transact adversarially, we also cover homesteading, rolling your own open source cigarettes, and even martial arts. Hear what parents have to say about Cypherpunk Summer Camp.
My name is Jeff from Naples, Florida. I send my son to Cypherpunk Summer Camp because, as a macro podcaster, I'm not a technical expert, but I want my son to learn the skills necessary to defeat the feds.
Space is limited, so don't wait. Enroll your child in Cypherpunk Summer Camp today.
Welcome back to Timmy Tether Tonight. Our first guest this evening is Dr. Herschel Epstein. Dr. Epstein is a Bitcoin-only physician who specializes in anti-aging. Dr. Epstein works closely with high-net-worth plebs and no-coiners who want to live forever. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Herschel Epstein. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Timmy. It's great to be here with you tonight.
So tell the audience what you do and why you do it. You're not just some fiat doctor pushing the same old fiat Fauci slop, right?
No way, Timmy. Not at all. I work with billionaires and tech CEOs who want to live forever. I help them achieve their goals, but most importantly, I orange pill them, because if you want to afford to live forever and afford to pay taxes forever, you absolutely need Bitcoin.
Amen. That's what these rich old Jews need to realize. So, Doc, tell us a little more about what your patients are telling you. What are their goals besides living forever? Do they want to start podcasts, build citadels, or just fortify their legacies?
All of the above, Timmy, but some of my highest profile patients just want to be plebs.
Hold on, these guys just want to be plebs? You mean to tell me billionaires are spending their hard-earned sats to live forever and be humble while doing it?
Well, a lot of these guys spent their lives working long hours building empires and capturing the levers of the state to assert control over regular people. In their retirement, they just want to stop being grown-ups and just be plebs. They want to hang out on Bitcoin spaces, smoke weed, and shitpost their favorite memes. They're not so different from you and I, Timmy, and modern medicine has advanced to the point that we can help them. But they're going to need Bitcoin, as you know.
Fascinating stuff. They will definitely need Bitcoin, but they're also going to need to listen to Bitcoin podcasts. Speaking of Bitcoin podcasts, we have an excellent episode of Bugle Weekly coming up for you tonight. So stay tuned, and thank you, Dr. Epstein.
Thank you, Timmy. Stay humble, stack sats, and you can stay a pleb forever.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival. But while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. the good vibes revival. The noise of the world pulls me away. Distractions surround me every day, but in the chaos your joy breaks through, reminding me to vibe with you. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibe revival. A good vibe revival.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy-hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct-action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives, as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in, or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that are likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Cubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of ghost pads, ghost phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
This is Buster Cherry coming to you from New York with a breaking story. The White House has confirmed that Dennis Porter is indeed missing and that he was captured by the North Koreans in a daring plot. A State Department spokesman told me that the North Korean President Kim Jong-un was growing increasingly concerned at the rate that American politicians were becoming orange-pilled and that one of America's greatest assets needed to be taken off the table. There are reports that Dennis is in Pyongyang being forced to read state-scripted announcements to the North Korean people, and that erectile dysfunction has been cured across the country. President Trump had some comments on the matter.
This is not the announcement I wanted to make. Dennis Porter, one of our country's greatest assets, a tremendous mind, beautiful enthusiasm for Bitcoin, has been kidnapped by North Korea. Terrible situation, disgraceful. And let me tell you, Melania, she's very upset, very disappointed. She said, Donald, who's going to tweet all those brilliant things now? Because she loves the tweets, maybe more than mine. We're going to work very hard, very fast to bring Dennis home. America needs him tweeting announcements again. We just subsidized Ozempic, and we can't subsidize Viagra as well.
Many are speculating that Dennis's absence from Twitter ensures that a bear market has begun. Paper Bitcoin winter is looking like it's going to be a cold one, folks. Please pray for the safe return of Dennis. We desperately need an announcement. This is Buster Cherry signing off.
I'm a retarded pleb. And while you're on the interstate, commuting to work, I'm behind the wheel of my 6,000-pound SUV, doing 85, while staring at my phone checking the price of Bitcoin and looking at pleb slop. World's highest IQ? Of course he's bullish. And if you don't have the right insurance, one breaking tweet by Pete Rizzo could lead to a T-bone, and not the type that goes with eggs. So get car insurance from First Amendment Mutual. First Amendment Mutual protects you from the mayhem caused by retarded plebs.
Ever wish your portfolio was as polished as your shoes? At Signal and Shine, we do both. You bring the scuffs, we bring the podcasts.
Sir, those are bullish brogues.
And that's why minor incentives are just game theory and leather.
At Signal and Shine, our mobile Shine carts roll right to your curb, conference line, or coffee queue. We buff Oxfords while you mainline alpha from the world's finest Bitcoin podcasts. No small talk, no awkward eye contact, just proof of work on your wingtips.
Wow, my cap table's messy, but my cap toes, immaculate.
Choose your listening lane. There's Maxi Mode, an hour-long deep dive while we mirror finish your monk straps. Flash Node, a 7-minute shine and a hot take on fee markets. And Privacy Polish, we nod silently and never ask your name or your shoe size.
We don't do KYC, but we do TLC.
Download the Signal and Shine app, tap Summon a Shiner, and we'll find you by the nearest coffee smell. First-time customers get a free dust attack removal on your leather, not your UTXOs. Signal and Shine. We'll sharpen your shoes while you sharpen your mind. Book now. Walk smarter. Shine harder.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected, the newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty, self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction, the Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin or continue your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Ross Ulbricht speaks to Keonne Rodriguez, a.k.a. SW, co-founder of Samourai Wallet, who reports to prison for a 5-year sentence December 19th. Previously recorded via Jesse Tevelo's Space on X.
But I think we did the right thing.
You did what you had to do, man. I want to introduce Ross. Everybody, this is quite the timing, Ross, for you to pop in here. Thank you, sir. If you don't know Ross's story, you should. And Ross, feel free to give any kind of introduction you would like. But this is
Sure.
this is important. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Well, first time doing spaces, and first time hearing Keonne speak. And I just wanted to talk to you because I've been where you are, and where are you finding your strength, Keonne? Because you're facing something really terrible right now.
I'm flabbergasted you're here, Ross. I'm a little starstruck. Thank you for coming on here. We've been huge supporters of you throughout your whole ordeal, and we're so happy that you're out. And
thank you.
We really are. And to answer the question, I think I've said it before. I wouldn't have been able to get through this without the strength of my wife, who has stood by me, at every moment from the day the FBI raided our house to each and every pretrial hearing, and there with me while I was struggling to figure out whether to take the deal that they offered or not. So I think a lot of my strength comes from her. And the other part of it, I think, is just understanding that you're facing such a insurmountable foe that you kind of just have to go with the flow and roll with the punches. And that's kind of how I'm trying to deal with it. There's no point in fighting the inevitable. Right. It's happening, and it's best to just roll with it and do everything we can so that when I do go inside, I'm not sitting there wondering, oh, could I have done any more? So I think that's how I'm doing it.
Is there anything that you're apprehensive about? Anything that I can help prepare you for? Do you know what custody level you're going to be in?
I don't know yet. I mean, we think it's going to be minimum, right? Okay. I did the calculations with all the points and stuff like that, and it should be minimum. And I guess that kind of ties into what I'm apprehensive about. It's nothing logistical, right? I've read as much as I could. I've talked to people who have been in custody. So it's not a logistical thing I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is more, once I surrender, I'm a number and I'm part of their system, right? So even if I'm supposed to be in minimum, they can put me into low or medium, and I just have to roll with that, right? I can't go and say, hey, you got it wrong, I'm supposed to be in minimum. I just kind of have to take it on the chin, and I need to know that I'm surrendering not just physically, but also like my sovereignty, and I'm now their property for the next 5 years, and they can do with me essentially what they want.
So you're going to go most likely into a detention center in Brooklyn, and then eventually get designated to some kind of facility that'll be your long-term facility. I spent several years in the detention centers in Southern District of New York. And it's going to be a totally alien environment. It's going to be you with about 100 other guys, packed into a unit, and you're going to have to live in this situation. I guess you said you've talked to people who've been through it. So, I'm sure you've got your strategy figured out, but all I'll say is just stand back and observe for the first couple months, get a sense of who's who and how things operate. And if somebody tests you, then you just have to stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
So I listened to your interview, and I was listening to this, and man, it's just I agree with what Jesse's saying, that you don't deserve to be facing what you're facing, and especially because they dropped the money laundering charge, and so the only authority they have to put you in prison right now is the other charge, the money transmission charge, and my understanding is that FinCEN gave you the guidance that you're not breaking that law, and FinCEN gave those prosecutors the same guidance that you're not breaking any laws.
That's right.
And we all know that you had no custody of funds, which is an element of the offense, as far as I understand it. So the way things stand right now, I don't see how anyone can justify sending you to prison for the next 5 years on those grounds. So you have my support, Keonne, and they're going to try to put you in prison in 2 weeks, but I hope they don't. And if they do, I really hope you don't spend any more time in there than you have to.
I appreciate that so much, Ross. Thank you so much for coming and speaking.
Sure.
I talked to your mom the other day after I did the Bitcoin Veterans podcast, and someone had asked me on that space. They had asked me, "Have you heard from Ross?" And I said no, and I really don't expect to. Ross just got home. He's been through something that really most people don't understand. I don't expect to hear from him. I think he should be at home healing with his family. And, so I never expected to actually speak to you. I appreciate it so much that you got on here to speak with me.
You're welcome.
Really, it's a blessing for sure. And what we're trying to do right now, Ross, is expedite getting a designation from the Bureau of Prisons so that I don't have to surrender to the MDC in Brooklyn, so that I could self-surrender to the facility directly. So hopefully what we're praying that in the next week we do get that designation, and that we can get the judge to agree to allow me to surrender directly to the facility, which I think will smooth the transition a bit, because from what I understand, they kind of call it diesel therapy, right? Where they move you from the holding facility to where you're supposed to go, but it's not like a direct flight or a direct path, right? You jump between different institutions, and you're there for a while before you move on, which
it's
makes
not
it
fun.
it's not fun, right? Exactly. So we're hoping to avoid that whole ordeal. But again, rolling with the punches. If we don't get that designation, if I do have to spend time at the MDC and go through all that, then I'll do it, and it will be something that I get through.
Just based on what I've heard from you, I think you're going to be fine. You have just the right attitude, and you're calm. You're gonna adapt to whatever they throw at you. This is a test of your character. This is a test of your strength and your will and your connection to your family and your loved ones. But just in the very brief amount of time I've heard you speak and getting to know you right now, I have a lot of confidence in you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, Ross.
I'm going to sign off.
Ross, can you hang on for just one more second? Because I have a question for you. I really, really appreciate you being here. We all do. And, the Bitcoin community took a long time to just get that groundswell of support to finally, and, with tons of people's help. It took a whole community, and finally we got somebody to listen. And so my question to you real quick is, if you could just speak to everybody in the room and just share, like, encourage people about their small voice, because I think a lot of people just, they come on these spaces or they're on X and they hear different things, and they come here for education and encouragement and whatever else it would be. But can you just maybe speak to people about the impact that one small voice can have on your situation and potentially Keonne's?
Sure. The change.org petition for my clemency made a huge difference. We used that over and over again in the campaign, and that was just an accumulation of small voices building up. It mattered. It made a difference. So, Keonne needs a petition if he doesn't have one. And I'll also just say that there will be times when he feels like he's forgotten, because he'll be cut off, and the phones will be down, or the mailroom will be backed up, and he'll just be isolated. And so however much time he has to do, which hopefully will be cut short or stopped entirely, sending a letter to Keonne will make a difference. I promise you that.
Hey, Ross, before you have to jump here, sir, I don't know if there's a way you and I can get in touch, but I'd love to try to loop you into this a bit more. This is basically all I'm doing, at least for now, and I'm trying to, this is an opportunity here. We're so blessed that you spent a little bit of your time here with us, and I think before you leave, I want to key in on the connection thing, and I'm all choked up.
Take your time.
I think that's natural. So go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I think we should try to connect, have a connection line, like some kind of way that we should have we need to have a fund, first of all, a Bitcoin fund for you, dude. So when you come back out, you don't feel like you missed 5 years of fucking a Bitcoin to the moon. Shit, we got to have something for Keonne, so when he comes out, he's like, cool, like the guys have been stacking and everything, and I've got something. So, and some kind of communication while he's in there for those days, because you're gonna get cut off, and like just to know you can plug back into us, and so
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Ross, all I'll say before you have to go is you can get my contact info from your mom.
Okay.
I've been speaking with her if you want to reach out privately. I will also say that we do have a change.org petition as well. I agree. All those voices do help. It's not the only thing, but it helps. So you can find that if you go to billandkeonne.org, KEONNE.org. There's a button at the top to sign the petition. So everyone in here, I hope you sign it. And I think while Bob is right, the Bitcoin community, at least the parts that matter, really never forgot you, Ross, and we supported you as much as we could from the outside, and tried to advance your story and your agenda, and we're so happy that it finally paid off. But really, as you, I'm sure, are well aware, it was your mom and her untiring devotion to your story, and traveling around the country and speaking anywhere she could. I think that really pushed the needle over the edge. She was absolutely unbelievable, and we would all be very lucky to have a mother like Lynn.
absolutely. I mean, I was very blessed to have her fighting for me, and she was the kind of the public face of it, but there were also many others behind the scenes that were essential, including my wife and my father and various lawyers. So just kind of getting into the understanding your situation tonight, and saw this going, jumped in, thought, man, he's facing what I was facing. Maybe I can offer some encouragement. So I hope I have, and let's stay in touch.
You were facing a lot worse than I am. You were facing a lot worse than I am. So, I'm blessed that it's only 5 years. You were facing double life.
Yeah.
And thank God you're out. Really, I never thought I saw that day. I was so happy when it happened. So thank you so much for being here, Ross, seriously. And you can contact me privately through your mom. She has my info.
All right. Well, free Keonne, free Pardon Samurai, and let's go. I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Meeting from the airport. It was just an hour ago that the incident took place. We have just learned that Father Huber, one of the two priests called into the room, has administered the last sacrament of the church to President Kennedy. We just have a report from our correspondent Dan Rather in Dallas that he has confirmed that President Kennedy is dead.
Convince ourselves that these questions matter.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree, and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by ancient man that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while crossing the sky. Thus we read that God's Son quieted the tempest, or great storm on the sea, while in his boat. Which boat? The boat of Isis. Ra, the sun god, also known as Osiris, in the bark of millions of years in which he traversed the heavens, he wears on his head and accompanies a vast sun disk symbolizing his powers as Lord of the heavens. The boat formed of a serpent bears his eye, and the god is seated on a pedestal representing Mayet, the divine order. Folks, when we stop to realize that every single king, prince, lord, governor, dictator, despotic ruler, civil and social institution, national flag, coat of arms, educational institution, military medal, award, organizational insignia, medallion, badge, emblem, citation, trophy, banner, pendant, political standard, or ensign, agency of government, or religion uses the sun as a primary symbol, then it can truly be said in the mystery school that God's Son is, quote, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, unquote. A worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate.
A worldwide totalitarian socialist government.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Love
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right, one moment, folks. Give me 1 second to ensure everything is properly switched over here. I believe we are. Okay, we are. And the stream is still good. All right, well, we're a few minutes late here for this Self-Liberation Saturday prime time slot here this evening. But whenever especially North Lane, I feel like I'd be doing you guys a dishonor if I just cut that off early. And we ain't got nothing but time. At least this evening we have some time to chat, so some time to hang out. But anyway, yes, this is the Vonu Podcast live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. Though I hope you've been here with us since 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central with our debut show, Cloak and Dagger with Thane Riddle. This is a special special free Samourai Saturday transmission. Throughout this broadcast, you've heard a 15-minute clip of SW and Keonne speaking with Ross Ulbricht before he turns himself in for a 5-year prison sentence on December 19th. Keonne and Bill were facing 25 years in prison and a big enough fine to literally be enslaved for a life sentence anyway. Their plea deal, which is still hugely unjust and truly infuriating, is just 5 years and a more manageable extortion amount. To put it one way. Give me 1 moment, folks. Let me just check one thing out. Make sure my audio is properly selected. Okay, so that would be annoying if I was doing that from the onboard microphone. It'd be terrible audio. But anyway, yeah, if you're a longtime listener to TVP, you've heard my conversations with SW slash Keonne. I only knew him as SW, and I don't like calling him Keonne, but he's already doxed enough at this point. And they built if you've been around, they built the best privacy software that existed for Bitcoin from essentially the same philosophical and ideological foundations as PAZNIA and Vonu. And if you aren't familiar, and really anyone and everyone, please head on over to billandkeonne.org. That's BILL and spelled out Keonne, KEONNE.org, billandkeonne.org. There you can learn more. Donate to the families. The men are locked in the government dungeon. And if you feel inclined, consider signing the petition. And you can do so with a simple login throwaway email address. You don't even need to put your real name. And I will say I signed it. Though I did it under a NIM. It's the first one I've ever signed. Probably won't do anything. It'll probably be the last one too. But probably won't do anything. But having spent 6+ hours chatting with Keonne over the years, and with Ross Ulbricht being pardoned, recently, if that few minutes has a 0.0001% chance of increasing his likelihood of escaping the government dungeons, and not even go there at all or escaping early, then fuck it. There's no downside. So if you're just tuning in, the conversation between Keonne and Ross Ulbricht will play once more following this episode of the Vonu Podcast Live. PAZNIA.com/radio is the main link for all things PRN. You can find our weekly streaming schedule, links, embedded players to stream, ways to donate, ways to reach out, and much more. If I may make a recommendation while you're there, join our PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX, and then navigate on over to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, and leave us a Monero donation and a message to read on the show. Excuse me. We do have a profile on zap.stream if you'd like to zap us some Bitcoin Lightning. We would be streaming there. A few months ago, but their platform still doesn't work. They were getting DDoSed. I don't know what the hell is going on now. But anyway, you can boost the Vonu Podcast on Podcasting 2.0, Lightning enabled. That would be via the Fountain Podcast, Fountain FM app, or something like Podverse. Regardless, please do consider financially supporting the Second Realm and the PAZNIA Radio Network. Finally, before bringing in my guest today, I have a big announcement. Last year, I started the process of finding contributors for a reissuance of Vonu Life, the most hardcore Vonu zine from the 1970s. I'm happy to report Vonu Life 25 Resurrected is now available for purchase via Libertarian Tech Publications. Just visit libertariantech.com/VL25. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Bitcoin, Monero, and Fiat accepted. And I have to say, huge thanks to everyone who took time to contribute something, including Josiah Warren, HBO star Jason Henza, myself, Thane Riddle, and more. I'm definitely really happy with how it turned out. As far as the future, I'm thinking we'll aim for Vonu Life 27 now. Maybe one bigger issue every couple of years, because it does take quite a bit to put this together and organize. And I want to make sure we have a lot of the highest quality content. So I think less high quality content is better than just just putting shit out for the sake of it. If you got anything you'd like to submit, whether it's a full out article, a report on your liberated lifestyle, reviews, recommendations, liberation products or services, freedom-based inspiring fiction, etc., please do reach out. Or I guess we are a little ways away, so at least just consider pondering and wait for the formal announcement at some point. Again, you can pick up Vonu Life 25 Resurrected by visiting liberatingtech.com/VL25, and while you're there, take 10% off your order of books with coupon code SELFLIBERATE. All right, let's get on with it. A month or two ago, I was happy to reconnect with Chris Jansen, someone I've known for nearly a decade. In that discussion, I reflected on the past 10 years, and on all those folks that I'd come across that had started podcasts, freedom projects, etc., and now have pretty much totally dropped out, whether it's due to pursuing personal and private goals or some surely return to the servile society. It is what it is, but Vonu is all about liberated lifestyles. Again, lifestyles, which means, well, life. Having said that, it's hard to find folks who have been around for a while, still producing great self-liberational media, and actually doing some really awesome shit in physical space and time when it comes to homesteading, networking, community, and more. Today on Self-Liberation Saturday, here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, I'm pleased to welcome first-time guest Greg Doud, host of the Tinker Tribe podcast, and most certainly a freedom pioneer. Herein, we'll get to know him a little more, learn more about what he's doing, and I'm sure we'll take home some valuable nuggets of knowledge. I'm looking forward to it. But without further ado, Greg, welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live, my friend. How are you this evening?
Doing great, Shane. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Okay, the one thing I do have to do that I know for sure is I need to turn the Jitsi volume back up, because when I play music, Jitsi automatically adjusts the volume. So there we go. That's better. You're coming in better now.
Coming in a little better.
Perfect.
Hold the microphone a little closer, maybe.
Oh no, you're good. That's on my end. Jitsi, for some reason, it auto adjusts my sound settings. But we're good now. Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear. But
Sweet.
But yeah, I guess it's good to connect, man. Good to connect. What are you up to? This evening, other than I guess this week. This evening, this weekend. What's new? What's going on?
Oh, well, I got some friends in my Freedom Soul group that are out of town that I'm watching over their homestead right now. So I've got their dogs in front of me, and just took care of the rabbits before coming on with you. So,
yeah, I know that game. I guess it was a couple hours ago. I got Thane rolling and Cloak and Dagger, and then I tuned in and walked out and took care of the sheep and the goats and made sure all their shit was frozen. It's finally gotten cool here.
No.
So yeah, I got to go out once a day, but I guess the good thing is the spigot isn't frozen yet, so it's still pretty simple to maintain everything for sure. But yeah, I guess I do have to say that we did have this conversation scheduled a few weeks back, but we had our I guess an unconventional first somewhat early huge snowfall that day, and the internet was absolute dog shit. But we're here, and knock on wood and all, but the stream has gone very, very well. I mean, the drop frames in OBS are like below 1.5%, which is good, which is very good.
Yeah, that's really good.
So yeah, we're on point out here on the homestead. But yeah, I guess I mentioned winter around here. I don't know, which I guess this might be better question for later on after we get more of a feel for what you got going on there. But before that, I should mention if anyone would like to leave a message for the show, again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio, and I can read it on air. And if you'd like to give us a call in a half hour or so, you can head on over to PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, that's PAZNIA.com/call2, and that's the number 2. That will bring you into our Jitsi chat, and you can make whatever comments or ask whatever questions you like. So yeah, I guess Greg, let's get on over to you now. We're already getting through the 7 o'clock hour, at least Central Time. But let's start with your quote unquote origin story. Tell us how you got here, your path to freedom pioneering.
Yeah, man. I mean, I guess it started back in 2008 with Ron Paul. Probably similar to a lot of people. It was Ron Paul getting up on stage, talking about, not having to create enemies. We're creating enemies in all these other countries, talking about Austrian economics. And this Austrian economics thing, I had never heard of that before. And so that got me diving down the rabbit hole on how the economic system works. And then I started following a bunch of people talking about economics in the Austrian school and starting to read some of the literature and just realizing that we've been fed a lot of lies starting back in '08. At the time, I was working in a little research lab. After I graduated college, I worked for the university and went to work for the university and started to get to understand a little bit more about how the world worked in my spare time. Starting to read a lot of stuff and starting to do some rabbit holes, going down some rabbit holes and deep dives. And a lot of the stuff that I was looking into, it was leading to me to the conclusion that we would really need to be resilient and self-reliant in the future. I kept that job for a while, and it was kind of a tragedy in my family. I was kind of still plugged into the normal day-to-day life and things like that, still having these ideas of anarcho-capitalism, libertarianism, voluntarism, agorism, and wanting to do something, but kind of being stuck. And it was kind of a personal tragedy in my life. I lost my brother to suicide, and from that point, I kind of made a kind of a radical change in my life, and uh, took a year to kind of travel and go to some conferences and meet some people. And I had this idea in my head of attempting to get the word out to people on how they could get more self-reliant and show these things. And so I left a career. I moved into a project management position. I left that during that time and went off on my own to see if I could go live off grid. I had bought some property knowing that this was the direction I wanted to go. I ran my house as an Airbnb for a little while. I did a bunch of odd jobs and stuff like that for a little bit while developing an off-grid property. Started a blog on the Steemit platform and started putting content out there to share what I was doing. Kind of got, was over the whole mainstream social media thing. Like, I'm done with it all, and went over to Steemit, started blogging about this whole thing. Built a really cool solar trailer that I could use to power everything off grid while I was on the property. Started working on developing that. And then eventually I had to go find some work again, get another 9-to-5 job. And ran across a buddy of mine had a availability in a orthotics and prosthetics shop, and went to go work with him. Just started part-time and started working with him. And during that whole time of that transition, I had started a podcast and started to get some information out to people and writing that blog, and have continued on with it, and haven't been as consistent with getting the content out there, but it's still an ongoing effort, and it's an effort that I feel like is part of my purpose, and just trying to get information out to people and some self-reliant solutions, always searching for solutions to help people build a parallel system so that you don't have to fall in line with the tyranny and the technocracy that's kind of I see coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, that's interesting too. I mentioned in my introduction that reconnecting with folks like you over the span of a lot of years, that a lot of them drop out, but the ones that don't drop out are the ones that are solutions oriented. Which I guess it's back then, back in 2015 or 2016, I was banging my head against the wall, trying to get people to, care about something beyond political crusading or I don't even know what the what other strategies were touted. Oh, I guess at that time, secession was very popular. Anyway, not necessarily the most empowering solutions. But I guess our paths kind of had a lot of very similar starts. When I first found anarcho-capitalism or found out about anarchism, that's all I did for like a year was just read Austrian economics books. Steemit an interesting thing too. I was never very bought into the platform. I did an interview with Brian Sovereign back in like 2016 on it. And I guess I don't really it is what it is. Like whatever it is, because like it was kind of beneficial for me because at that time I was in higher level indoctrination and I was kind of living off crypto to a certain degree, and that was right when the Steemit thing was like right at its start, and I could make like $100 and Steem it like overnight or ridiculous amounts of cash just for like posting articles. And it didn't last like that for for very very long, but I mean with those advantages come opportunities come along, take them, seize them. But yeah, so you how long was it ago when you I guess immersed yourself in the in the freedom pioneering or the the second realm? How long ago was that?
Oh, I guess I started getting pretty serious about it in 2018 is when I left my I had kind of a corporate job during that time, and
gotcha.
So it I was studied as an engineer, and so out of college I was a research engineer working for the university in a reliability and failure analysis lab connected to government contracts. And once I started to understand that the government was lying to us all the time and all this stuff, this was like eating at my soul. But I just kind of hung in there for a little while, even though this was like kind of tearing at me. And we were doing some interesting projects with material science type stuff that I had got involved with that. And then I had moved on into left the university and started a job as like a project manager working with another government contracting outfit. And that was a lot better money, but all this, my philosophy and everything, it was like, when am I going to get found out, dude? Because I had that in the back of my mind the whole time, and just wanting to do something different to empower some people. Like while I was still at the university, I was coming up with the idea for how I could get out like more stuff focused on self-empowerment for people so that they could have more skills and build my skills. Cause like when I look back at it, like I didn't have very, I was sitting in front of a computer screen working on Excel, was in the Boy Scouts. So I knew how to do some things, but like, once I started really like going and doing the stuff on off grid on my little piece of property, I started to realize like I have way overestimated. It's one of those Dunning-Kruger effect things. Like you way overestimate your capabilities, like, and really found out really quick that I didn't have a lot of the skills that I had thought that I had in my back pocket. So
interesting. Yeah, like I guess the comment I would make is from perusing your YouTube channel and some of the projects you had on there. It kind of seemed like you had some sort of a construction or engineering background per se, but maybe you were more of a again, maybe you were. I've got a buddy that does engineering, but he does a lot of like I guess the higher level planning of the stuff and doesn't actually do a lot of the hands-on sort of work. So maybe that's what you were in. Or I guess homesteading is a little different though, right? Even if you get into, even if you're an industrial electrician or something, a lot of those skills probably don't translate necessarily to a homestead unless you're doing some pretty heavy shit. But yeah, I don't know. Any comments on that?
Well, I had grown up doing a lot of different stuff, getting involved in projects and stuff with my dad, and had some hands-on skills, but certain things like I taught myself how to do a lot of different things, and just by owning a house and working on different things on my house, but never had like construction type experience of being in any specific type of construction trade or carpentry or anything like that. So it was really weak on that. And a couple years ago, one of my guys in the Freedom Cell group, he's a really skilled carpenter, and so he got involved with helping me develop my property, and has taught me a lot more about construction, building, and things like that. So, I'm still working on a lot of that stuff, and continuing to learn new things and grow. And plumbing, done a little bit of plumbing, a little bit of electrical now, a little bit of construction, carpentry type work, just from the developments that I've done. And then fruit trees, nut trees, gardening, permaculture type stuff, and then solar. Had a hobby doing solar stuff from one of my buddies that's around here locally, that I got involved with in the local area, because the city was coming after him because he was living in a trailer that within city limits that wasn't zoned as a trailer park. So the city came after him for a zoning violation, and it actually got, spread out pretty far online. And I reached out to him, and we became friends, and was going through this stuff with him, and went in front of some of the local police and told them that we're not, happy with the way that these guys are doing a lot of these things. And he stood his ground, and actually served a little jail time for standing his ground and not, bowing down to the city on this zoning violation issue. And he was living off grid, collecting rainwater and stuff like that. And
nice.
And didn't back down. They put him in jail for like 10 days, and then he got out. And but yeah, we've remained friends since, and we've actually worked on some larger solar power installs for people. A good friend that I met on Steam It back in the day, we went out to his property and did a large solar install for him, and then did one out here locally in northern Alabama for a guy that was like 14 kilowatts worth of panels, and like a 16, 17 kilowatt charge controller inverter system with a pretty large battery bank. So,
interesting.
So yeah, he actually started a business on the side doing that, and just trying to figure out ways to do different side hustles and things. And that's one of them is partnering. We're kind of the people that come out to your property, and if you're wanting to DIY a solar power system or something like that, we can assist you in that. So
nice. Well, I guess that was one of the things I had on there was like alternative energy. I wasn't sure what sort of things you had there on the property. But yeah, solar. I'm interested in solar, not necessarily for as like a primary or anything like that. When we're transitioning over, we're gonna. I guess it's probably gonna be propane. Getting propane inverter for a fridge or whatever. It's not perfect, but it's only having to have deliveries once or twice a year is a lot better than being reliant on it 100% of the time.
Yeah,
but there's bigger solutions. But solar now is it's becoming more affordable, and I guess my foray into solar has been the free wife got a recommendation for an EcoFlow generator. It was like half off on Amazon. It was originally like $900 or something, and we got it for like $400 or $450. And then I guess a number of months ago, we got the solar panels that are designed for like maximum efficiency of like 20% or something, which that's good for solar apparently. It's not anything it's not like 99% like propane or something like the Bork engine, but I intentionally this summer I took my computer out there. I did a PAZNIA radio live stream out there, basically just getting the solar panels, trying to see how much. But I mean, it's crazy. Just like the battery bank itself holds so much. Like you could probably run like 3 or 4 days. When the wife and I were camping, she ran her kettle. It dropped to like 20%, but if you're out for like 3 days, and she's got the guy do coffee 3 times at 60%. The other 40% will last like 3 or 4 days to power phones and all that. So like I've experimented with like small stuff like that. But like I know I guess the cost of solar is coming down too. And if you know how to, revive old batteries or something like that, you could get a battery bank and probably supply a lot of power. So I guess the question for you, saying all that, is that, if I was going to start, going down, putting together, like a solar shed or something, I guess any foundational tips, starting points from your experience?
So when I got first started into this, probably about 2018, something like that, the big hurdle was how you set up the whole charge controller inverter to the batteries and all that kind of stuff in those systems. There were some all-in-one systems back in that time, and they were very expensive. And now a lot of that cost has come down, and probably one of the best little DIY resources out there is this company Signature Solar. They're one of the really good ones, and they sell this EG4 product. It's another one of these like kind of high frequency inverters type systems. The other option is to get like a low frequency inverter, and those are supposedly create like a nicer sine wave output and cleaner output power.
Yeah.
Because these high frequency ones, they're basically creating a sine wave by like switching a lot, and kind of like it's kind of a jagged waveform if you look at it. But they've become really good now, and the EG4 products. I just put one in down at my cabin. It was the EG4 3000 XP, and it has 3 kilowatt output, and paired that up with a lithium iron phosphate golf cart battery. So you can get all this stuff on Amazon now, or going through the Signature Solar guys. And I think that a similar inverter that does everything that this little 3000 XP does, it was about $900 compared to when I got into it in 2018. That a similar kind of system was like $5,500. So the capabilities have gotten a lot better. And so what you're talking about with the EcoFlow, those are really nice, I think, for folks that just want to get out there and do some like overlanding,
traveling off grid power. Yeah,
traveling off grid power. They're all set up for you. You don't really have to. It's just pretty much plug and play. And like you said, the prices for those are pretty reasonable.
Yeah, no, I remember back when I guess it was 2018 when I was looking into the I guess the Van Nomad stuff. There was one unit like that with the inverter. It was like the one out there at that time, the most popular, and yeah, that one was like $1,200, and it probably wasn't as good as this one. But yeah, no, like that's the reason I'm kind of interested is the prices are coming down, and for we've got Starlink Mobile now. It's on,
I was wondering how you're doing. I was wondering how you were doing your internet.
Well, no, so we have normal Starlink, but like a month ago they sent out an email to all of their subscribers that you could get the mobile kit for free, and it just go on dormant mode or whatever for $5 a month, and then when you need it, you just activate it for that month, and then pay $150 or a month or whatever it is.
Okay.
So it saved like $400 or $500 because the hardware kits are always like $400 or $500. So we went ahead and got that. But yeah, we've just got normal Starlink here at the at the house. But yeah, I guess I'm curious. I guess I'm curious. I wouldn't like deep cycle batteries. I'm not sure if those are the best for solar, but deep cycle batteries are the most. Oh, actually, I don't know. I guess lithium batteries. Well, I don't know. I guess that's a question for you. For solar panels, would you use? I guess deep cycle would probably be the one to use for solar, right? Not lithium.
I have used the lead acid or AGM lead acid batteries or absorbed glass mat batteries, deep cycle batteries in the past, and use the golf cart primarily because they're so cheap and you can pick them up locally. The issue with the lead acid batteries is that once you go beyond 80% of the depth of discharge, so if you've discharged the batteries like 20% or so, once you start going beyond that point of the discharge on the battery, the plates can begin to sulfate and they can start damaging the battery. So you start losing cycles. So you really have to baby the batteries on the lead acids. The batteries that we've moved to now are these lithium iron phosphate batteries. Unfortunately, they're all coming out of China.
Yeah.
And so they're not
and
something.
there's some flammability. There's some I guess flammability risk with those. That I've heard of. You know, I heard some on the stream. I had my house burnt down because of a lithium battery.
Well, it depends on the chemistry of the lithium battery. So the lithium iron phosphates are safer for that,
Okay, that's good
and
to
they're
know.
not going to be a risk for a fire with the lithium iron phosphates.
Cool.
So
Okay, that's good to know. That's really
yeah,
good to know.
so those are the ones to choose if you're going to go that route. And then another reason to choose them is they're a little bit more pricey than going with the flooded lead acids, golf cart type deep cycle batteries. Because you get much longer lifespan out of them. The only thing that you need to be aware of is that you don't want to charge those batteries or have them dip below freezing temperatures while they're being charged because that can damage the batteries. So if you're going to use lithium iron phosphate, they need to be inside or at least be in an insulated
Like
building
a cellar or something, where it stays like
insulated
50
building
degrees,
or
60 degrees, something like that.
Yeah, where your battery bank should be located, so that the temperature is never at risk of dropping into the freezing range for those batteries. So they'll stay without being damaged. But they have much longer cycles than and a higher depth of discharge than lead acid batteries. So you can discharge them much further without damaging the batteries like you would a lead acid battery.
Okay, gotcha. Well, that's all good information. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on specifically on solar, but no, that was a big. Cause I was thinking about if I was gonna do a solar shit, I was gonna doing it separately off the house, cause again, I'm ignorant, and it's not like that doesn't happen, but there's a safer version, which you meant the lithium ion phosphate. So yeah, that's good to know.
And pair that with like an inverter generator, and you have your battery bank for your power storage, and you have an inverter generator that can top your batteries back off if you need to. And then these charge controller inverter systems, you can set them up to do different priorities. So you can set them up to power all your loads via solar. If there's plenty of sun out, then it can power all those loads off of solar, and then put whatever's excess for that going into the batteries. Or you can run primary off the battery and then solar later, or you can pull from a generator set to power things. And you can also interact with the grid, so you can pull power into the grid with these things. So they have a lot of capabilities kind of all in one system now, which makes it a lot easier to DIY. Like if you have some basic wiring knowledge and you watch a few YouTube videos, like anybody can do it now.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's good to know. So there was a guy. He did a podcast called Generative. Was it called Generative Energy? I think it was. Dr. Ray Peat sort of philosophy, did a lot of podcasts with Dr. Ray Peat. But the reason I bring him up is he lives in Mexico, and I follow his Telegram channel, and that's been his big project. Other than chicken farming, he's been putting together. As you said, I guess there's issues with EMFs when it comes to solar. And he was redoing all of his conduit, I guess probably to be steel instead of, I don't know what he switched to. But anyway, he's making a lot of modifications. And yeah, a lot of the shit that he was using was pretty expensive. But again, like if you're...
Metal would shield the EMFs coming
Yeah,
out.
it was probably probably just metal conduit. But yeah. But no, like it looks. I'm sure the wiring is the wiring like I don't know. I guess like with a lot of things in the first realm, it was way more mystical than what I like. It's not as complex. It's definitely not as complex. But the part that is difficult for me, I did a 6 months electrician apprenticeship, so this is pretty much all I did was run wire and conduit and then try to bend it and to see like the perfection of the and this is silly, but the conduit bending and the setup and all. Pretty high tech. Or I guess pretty high tech, and it looked great. So, and I guess he's powering his entire house off solar. So like I don't know if that's ever the extent I'd go with solar. Hopefully some of these other solutions come out before then. Come on, Sky Huddleston. But yeah. Anyway, guys, this is the PAZNIA Radio Network. This is Self-Liberation Saturday here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. Free Samourai Friday. And if you want to give us a call, you got any questions, PAZNIA.com/call2. And again, you can go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio if you've got a comment, question, or something for the show. And if you want to, shoot us some Monero, we certainly would appreciate it. But I guess I meant to get to this a lot earlier, man. We're already, half hour in, even with our, delay. But yeah, you've got a podcast, the Tinker Tribe podcast. I was on there, I guess a month or two ago. And you've been doing it for a while, so I guess could you tell the folks a little bit about that? What's when in your journey did that start? And why'd you get into that too?
Yeah, so the original genesis of that came from the Steemit days, and it was a little Discord community of the folks that were blogging on Steemit. And I had this idea of wanting to get these different homesteaders and makers and people in the liberty movement and folks that I was finding on the platform, instead of just reposting their comment on Steemit, to actually get to know them. And that's where it all started. Was I had a co-host that was another blogger on the platform, and everybody was creating their little Discord communities back in the day. And so I had went to the Libertarian National Convention back in 2018. I got to meet Ernest Hancock there. And then I also got to meet one of the guys on the platform. His name's Agrode. And he started up a little live stream radio, kind of like you're doing here, where you got like a kind of a radio of some different programs playing.
Mm-hmm.
And different time slots for people that wanted to come in and do some podcasts or shows or live streams. And just started audio and just bringing people onto Discord to have a chat and talk to the different folks that I found interesting on the blog platform, and just get to know them and hear their stories and hopefully get out some empowering information to people with them sharing their stories and some of the skills and their knowledge on the different unique things that they were doing. And so, it was a lot of homesteaders, maker type folks, musicians, people that were in the liberty movement that I found on the platform. And then, I got to mainly do it through this audio podcast, and it was called Meadows and Makers. And
I remember that title.
So the Meadows and Makers show was the genesis out of that platform. And my co-host left the podcast, and I wanted to continue to do it, and started to just reach out to more people that were running into at conferences, because I had started to travel to different conferences around that time. So 2018 was the part where I started to get more active in the community, in the liberty community. And so, I went to Libertarian National Convention. In 2019, I went to Anarchapulco. In 2019 I went to Anarchadelphia and met Mark Passio and a bunch of people at Anarchapulco in 2019. Met Etienne de la Boete, is his pen name.
Mm-hmm.
I got to meet him there. Mark Passio, Derek Bros, and Derek really got me into agorism in 2019. I don't think I had heard of the term agorism really until Derek had exposed me to Samuel Edward Konkin III. And, a lot of the concepts there in agorism has really made sense to me. So, using, counter economics to take away energy from the state. Um, so I started to reach out to more people through the conferences and events and bringing them on to the show. And that's what I continue to do is a lot of people that I either meet in real life, and then people that I've been following on Twitter or following their podcasts on YouTube. Been reaching out to them to see if they'll come on the show and talk about solutions towards building a better future instead of, we can complain and bitch about stuff a lot because we know everything's bad. Like we're going down a bad direction.
There's plenty to bitch about. Yeah, for sure.
There's plenty to bitch about, but what can we do for solutions? And I really think it's about empowering people and getting them out of the learned helplessness mentality that you keep facing these challenges and things keep falling. They may not work out for you, but the thing you got to do is just keep pushing forward and keep doing things, like keep changing things up and just keep moving forward. And so that's what I like to focus on. I like to bring people on. I've brought on all kinds of different people. Like I said, from musicians to makers to homesteaders, people in permaculture, people that are doing deep dives into the world and current events. And so, yeah, that's kind of where it all goes. That's where it all comes from. And the idea of the Tinker Tribe was for a long time. I know I was holding myself back from doing things, and had kind of had this mental block about putting things out there that I was doing because it might not be the perfect thing, and you're going to get judged for it. And then I let that go and just realized, like, you have to just start doing stuff. You just start doing stuff, and then you start getting better at it over time. And so tinkering, you're going to get started on something. You're not going to exactly know how it's all going to play out, or you're not going to know what you're doing right away, but you just got to start taking some action. You just got to start doing some stuff, and you'll learn along the way.
Yeah, exactly. The worst thing you can, like, I guess the worst thing, at least to that paralysis, was a paralysis analysis or whatever, where if you try to learn every single step of the process so nothing goes wrong, when really you just got to, like, just fucking do it. And learn, learn on the way, kind of thing. Plan what you can, but it's all everything's learning. But yeah, that's all great, man. I guess if we could, hone in on you mentioned. I remember specifically the your badass local neighbor who I guess stood up to the local tyrants for the nuisance abatement. I'm guessing is what they're getting at for the off grid stuff. But from when I was on your show, it sounded like you're doing more. There's more community stuff. You've got a local community happening, coming together there. So yeah, fill us in on that. Kind of tell us a bit about your community.
Yeah, so the Freedom Cells, thank John Bush and Derek Bros for putting the whole Freedom Cell concept out there. And back in 2020, one of my buddies that I had met from Anarchapulco, we ended up living pretty close to each other in Alabama. And so we had started hanging out more after Anarchapulco in 2020. And then when they started to do all the COVID nonsense and the lockdowns and everything like that, we got to action, started taking action, and started to put ourselves on the map to start a Freedom Cell group in our local area and meet up on a regular basis. And so, yeah, since that point, I think it was, I don't know, maybe around October or something in the 2020 time frame where we started. It just started off with another guy, the guy I'm watching over his place right now, actually. We had connected and met at a local restaurant for the first time with my friend from Anarchapulco, and it just kind of grew from there. And people have come and gone, and we've had uh, we've kept regular meetings going from that point, regular monthly meetings, and then helped with each other with different projects and things that we've had going on individually, and then shared skills and been working together and trading between each other and building these, building kind of a trusted network of people, um, and focusing on food production and entrepreneurship and ways that each other we can support each other outside of the system. And that's been the goal from the beginning. And I recently, we've had some new people coming in from some other folks that I've met from different groups that I've gone to and different events, and they're always asking like, well, what's this group about? So recently I put out a little statement about this, and so the goal of our Freedom Cell group is to take action towards building local resiliency via self-empowerment, sharing skills, taking workshops, training courses, building trusted relationships, providing mutual aid, encouraging entrepreneurship, growing local food, and encouraging alternative methods to exchange value outside the mainstream system, barter, precious metals, cryptocurrencies. And we're not affiliated with politics, and it's based around the ideas of individual self ownership, personal responsibility, and all relationships must be voluntary and free from violence or coercion. And so that's pretty much what our Freedom Cell is about. And we just keep getting, we have our monthly meetings where we're doing skill shares with each other. We pick a topic, somebody comes in, presents a topic, and shares a skill that they have some knowledge in, to just increase our skill sets as a community so that we become more resilient.
Yeah.
And that has been a big focus um, since 2020. And people have come and gone, and people have got more interested in it. It's kind of coalesced into like more of a hardcore group of people, like a core, like kind of a
Yep.
core group.
Yep. Yeah, lots of filtering per se. Yeah, lots of
Yeah.
filtering on both sides. It's a situation not always good for. Yeah, on either side. Yeah. So I want to get into a little more on your property, but there was a video that, I guess the video was from 6 years ago, so it seems like that project might have predated some of this stuff. But it was something that caught my eye. You had a backyard aquaponics system put together for fish. Yeah, again, that was 6 years ago. So I guess, yeah, if you could tell us a bit about backyard aquaponics and where's that project at now?
Yeah, man. So that's gone through several iterations. I've learned a lot along the way with aquaponics, and it's several different designs of the system. You watch a lot of the YouTube videos and stuff, and they'll just tell you to chop an IBC toad, flip it over, and then just put your pump down into the fish tank, and you can pump it up onto a grow bed and a grow media, and then learn that that's like totally the worst way you could ever design one of these systems. And and I have another friend that has quite a large system that we became friends around the same time that my other buddy was going through all these challenges with the city. And we had met because he had developed a technology to rejuvenate lead acid batteries. And he brought that into UAH at the time. And then we became buddies. And turns out he was like super into aquaponics. And I had been learning about aquaponics and kind of researching it as a hobby. And so he really helped me along the way on that journey. And so I went through several different designs. I had a house in the city that I ended up selling. I was Airbnb-ing it for a little while, and then ended up selling that house. But I was doing one of the iterations of the system there that was working pretty well, which had the fish tank, and it would have a standpipe that would spill over into two filter tanks that would help remove the solids and be able to remove that solid waste from those filter tanks, like in a vortex filter. So it would like vortex in one tank, spill out into the next tank, do another vortex with the standpipe at the top, so that all the solids would fall as that vortex action was happening, and then allow the water to pass through without these solids in it down into the grow bed media for the next system. And then through the grow bed media, I tried a couple different ways to do this. I tried a deep water culture type system where I had rafts floating, and the water that finally exited through those vortex tanks were in a little pond kind of system with floating rafts on top to grow in those, and then had a whole greenhouse over that so that I could extend the growing season. Uh, I ran into the challenges of still, even with the greenhouse in the winters here, it wasn't good enough to keep the water temperature stable enough for the fish I had in the system. I was primarily using tilapia. Uh, so I learned that you have to have some kind of heating system for the water if you want to extend it through the winter time here, or you need to put it underground or insulate your system really well. Um, and so so this system got refined even more. And my buddy came up with a system for, he called the Urbanite, and we built one, and I had it demonstrated at a local makerspace. And it's like a 3 foot by 8 foot um, construction, about 5 foot tall, and it has an aquarium, 55-gallon aquarium, uh, and you can use Home Depot buckets for those vortex filters that the water spills from the aquarium down to these vortex filters on these 5-gallon Home Depot buckets, and then spills out into a grow bed that's all built into this one little backyard system, basically, that if anybody in an urban environment, you could have it on a back patio or something like that. And fielded that out in this makerspace in the city of Huntsville, and had that running at the makerspace for about a year. And we were growing tomatoes and herbs and stuff out of the makerspace area. The makerspace ended up going under, and had to move that out of there, move the system out of there. But got to learn a lot from fielding that system out at the in the city environment, and learning how to refine it even more. So it's another one of those things that it's back now. It's at my parents' property, and I haven't had time to get back into that project. But I learned a lot along the way, and want to make some more refinements with it, so that that little that little system could be used as a way to. I'm thinking it would be best for a breeding system for the wintertime, specifically for people that want to raise tilapia. Because I do have a buddy in his farm right down the road. If I could get, he stocks with tilapia every year, and they all die back in the wintertime because they can't handle the winter temperatures. So, so if I could actually have some breeders in that aquarium tank over the winter time, keep them alive, and grow some greens, some microgreens and stuff out of the system, that's my new goal for that system, is to do something like that, and be able to supply and restock people's local ponds if they want to have tilapia, because they are we don't want them to get into the other waterways, but a lot of people will stock them on their local ponds on their property because they're omnivorous, so they'll eat all the algae and stuff and keep
Okay.
their ponds looking real nice. So,
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's important information. I'm curious. I know Carl Hess. We republished a book, Community Technology, and he was doing a lot of I guess hydroponics, aquaponics. His big thing was community tech. Like this is like downtown DC or something. But yeah, are you familiar with what he was doing at all? And is it what you're doing similar?
Sek Magora got me interested
Same.
in Carl Hess and some of his stuff, and found him to be a really fascinating dude. It's kind of a similar concept in what I was working on with trying to develop some stuff that people in the cities could use. Um, and what I've kind of found over along the way is that you don't get as much nutrient density from stuff that you've grown in an aquaponics system as you do in the soil, because there's microorganisms in the soil that are working to give the plant everything it needs as far as like the trace minerals and stuff in the soil, that just you can't replicate
Can't mimic nature.
in the aquaponics system. So yeah, it's a way to give you some food and a way that you could do it in an urban environment, but it's not going to be as nutrient dense as what you could do in the soil. And so yeah, it's definitely, you do need to have a little bit of background into chemistry, because you do need to play with the pH, and you do need to add things like iron and calcium carbonate to the system to help buffer the system sometimes, and you have to kind of establish um, the appropriate bacteria in the system to help convert the excess nitrogen from the fish waste. So yeah, it can be kind of
variables.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables. You do have to be you have to monitor the system, be thinking about it quite a bit, and design the system correctly. Otherwise, you're going to run into a lot of challenges. And so, I do see a benefit in it, because the fish waste can be used as an excellent fertilizer for soil gardening. And so you could one of the things I was experimenting with as well was adding biochar into the system in part of the vortex filters as a way to inoculate the biochar. So that's one thing you do need to do with biochar when you're going to use it in your gardens, is that you need to inoculate it beforehand before putting it in your gardens, because that biochar is basically like a little city for all these little microorganisms to thrive. But if it's not inoculated with all those little guys first, then you put it into the soil and it's going to kind of like take stuff up from the soil and take it away if it's not charged with these, or a living microorganism colony has established itself in that biochar. So you need to inoculate it first before putting it on your garden. So I see aquaponics as being able a way to enhance your soil gardening, but I think you get your highest level of nutrients out of the soil because of that soil microbiome and ecosystem in the soil food web and everything.
Sure. And yeah, I guess, and that's for homesteaders. I mean, if you can, combine multiple systems together to, increase the efficiency, something like that could certainly be worth it. Even if maybe the food you raise from it might go to the chickens or something, like whatever. Like there's like it's producing a lot more than what you're what you're putting into it, except maybe time. 'cause, all these things, all these things take, take time and monitoring and all that. And as you say, you try to put the best system in place so you can minimize the input you have to do, but it's inevitable. It's obviously inevitable.
Yeah, there's going to be maintenance and stuff, specifically with aquaponics, and you're going to have pumps, and you're going to need to have backup pumps because those pumps can fail, and yeah, there's just a lot of variables with it. So, composting and soil gardening, I think,
better starting point.
That's a really good starting point. And then once you're established on that, maybe think about, if you're thinking really long term in the future, and you've got a nice greenhouse, or if you have like a sunken greenhouse or something, or if you build a sunken greenhouse in the future, is one of the things that I'd like to do as future plans. One of the things I will do is make a sunken greenhouse, but and put an aquaponics system in that, and then it could be really automated, and it could be something that could help supplement a lot of the other stuff that you have going on, including fruit trees and building an orchard and kind of stuff like that.
Gotcha. So I guess as we don't have to, we're not necessarily closing out yet, but we need to circle around to this at some point. But we've gone over some aspects of it. But could you give us a lay of the land of your homestead? Like you mentioned energy. Could you give us a little input on water? And I guess some of the other projects, infrastructure, etc. That you've put up over the years.
Yeah. So far it's been I have a couple shipping containers that are down there, and there's power that's been established down there. I collect rainwater over at the property.
You criminal, you maybe.
Yeah, no, it's in a part of Alabama where nobody really messes with you. So, yet. So, we've got power, and then for sanitation, we argue or kind of thought about putting a septic system in, but have gone with composting toilets. So that's how we're handling that. And there are some fruit and nut trees on the property, as well as a bunch of wild edibles down there: mulberries, pawpaws, wild blackberries in the springtime. We get springing into the summertime. Just planted a living fence and fodder trees with hybrid willow trees. So we planted several hybrid willow trees along the property line. And the idea of that is to actually like weave them into a living fence, because these willow trees will like pressure graft on themselves, and you can look up living fences, and you can see all kinds of cool stuff. The way people use these willow trees to
you basically train the branches probably to go in a certain direction.
Yeah, you can train them. Yeah, and you can actually like kind of weave them in together in crisscross patterns, or you can do what's called pollarding. You can cut them off at the tops, and then kind of like weave the tops together. If there's all kinds of different people have built like living domes out of these things, and all kinds of cool things with these hybrid willow trees, and they're so prolific that you just take a cutting from one of the willow trees and stick it into the ground as a cutting, and it'll root itself. So playing around with these, and they can also they're pretty high in protein, so that they could be used as a fodder for like rabbits or another herbivore animal like a goat or something like that, because they're pretty high in protein content. And so we planted out the property with different fruit and nut trees. There's a small cabin built on the side of a hill there, and then I was just over at this Haven Earth village, and they've been building with hempcrete, and I would like to play around with building a couple hempcrete structures down there as cabins, and wanting to learn more about that process. But I kind of got a handle on a little bit of how to do this hempcrete process, and I thought it was really interesting because it allows the walls to breathe, um, and it gets stronger over time. Actually, it's kind of like the mix of Roman concrete. So, but as it stands, it's a property that has a shelf, and then most of the rest of the property is 4.5 acres, and it's sloping downhill. And so we're building a lot of structures on the side of the hill. It is the plan on the property, and then leaving the top of the property as a workshop area with these 2 shipping containers. And one of the next big projects is to put a roof over those 2 shipping containers so that there's a shop down there.
Mhm.
Hosted the first workshop I've done down at the property recently, and that's the idea, is to eventually move on to that land and to be able to host workshops and events and have a working little farm there, so that it can be a place where people can. I think, like we talked to a little bit about people that are traveling around in the liberty movement and stuff like that. It could be one of those little waypoints along the line
Be a
where
node in the PAZNIA network. Yeah.
could be a little node in the network in our underground railroad system in the future. So
There you go. Yeah.
so that's the vision.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, yeah, that all sounds great, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that come into fruition as the years go by. Suppose that's all. So that's good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else regarding what you're doing there on the property or community or anything. I'm not sure. I do know. I'm curious. Last time when I was on your show, talked about books and such, and one of your messages you said that you've been I guess maybe you get back to reading. Is that the case? If so, could you what's on the current docket?
Yeah. I did kind of get myself a little burned out from projects and stuff leading up into December here, and have wanted to take a little bit of a time to catch up on some reading. Miriam Hanine, I don't know if you've heard of her, but she wrote a book about George Floyd, Operation George Floyd, that I want to get into. It is one of the books that I recently have.
Mhm.
And then Etienne de Boete just put out the To See the Cages, to Leave It. I got that, and I got through it. It's a visual thing that kind of I got the like friends bundle and started handing those out to people. I've got Tragedy and Hope sitting there that I need to dive into,
Mhm.
And finish that book. And then one that I started was What Really Makes You Ill by Don Lester and David Parker.
Read that a number of years ago. Yeah.
And I'm on like I've most of the way through the book, but I haven't completely finished it yet. So I want to finish that book as well. Coming into this, winter season, sit down and finish some of these books, and then get into some of the ones that have been sitting on my shelf for a little while that I want to dive into.
Yeah. Gotcha. Very good, man. Very good. Well, I was just curious. I always like to hear what people are digging into. I guess I'll give one more opportunity to the listeners here. This is the Self-Liberation Saturday transmission here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, a special free Samourai Saturday transmission. Please do go and visit billandkeonne.org and learn more about their case, and potentially help out their families as the men are carted off to the government dungeons. Well, I guess it's voluntary. It's they get to voluntarily turn themselves in or report. But anyway, same concept. It's billandkeonne.org. I guess as we begin to close out here, man, Oh, let me see.
How do you spell that, Shane? How do you spell Keonne?
Yeah, it's yep. I will spell it again. It's BILL and AND Keonne KEONNE.org. But yeah, it's great to have you. I'll give you guys one more opportunity if you want to call in or anything. Leave a message. PAZNIA.com/call2 is the call-in number. XMRchat.com/PAZNIA radio. We'll give another minute or two and see if anyone has anything. But I guess just as an open-ended question to I guess close us out here. I know we talked about and when I was on your show a lot about defending against the technocracy, but you know, it's funny, you know, whether it's Jamin or a lot of the off-grid homestead groups, like on Simplex, it seems like anyone that's like these people who are super high tech are also like off-grid homesteaders as well. And you know, they're doing a lot of advanced stuff with you know, weather automation technologies for, you know, permaculture systems or whatever. Like there's very high tech people, but also, you know, very primitive in a sense. And I guess you kind of fall into that arena too. I know you mentioned you've done some experimenting with Meshtastic and things, so you're definitely high tech in a sort of sense. So with your perspective, I'm curious, just like what's your perspective view on the current state of the world? You know, like obviously there's the impending technocracy, but from your perspective and from what you guys are building, yeah, like what's the vision of the future in your eyes?
I think that my thing is, it is very difficult to get people to work together and to have communities that are you know, working together effectively. It has been something that I've struggled with, but it does involve, you know, planning. You have to do quite a bit of planning and self-development. I think that's one of the keys. I think maybe one of the biggest things that each of us can do is work on our personal development and becoming more effective at you know, becoming good leaders and setting good examples for other people. And I think as long as you know, people can figure out ways of working with each other, I gotta tell you, Shane, like it I have kind of been disheartened at certain points on attempting to get people together and get people to organize and get active. But I think maybe a lot of that is my own lack of good leadership skills. And I've got to point the finger back at myself on some of that. But you know, really all that we can do is keep getting better and growing and continuing to work. And I really think that you know, we can't lose hope. Once you get into a point where you think that the situation has no way to change, then you're going down a bad road, and it could lead to nihilism and apathy. And so, you know, the fight is always to continue to build. I think it's really just continuing to build. And you know, whenever you get stuck in when you're facing these challenges, to figure out, how can I make this better? How can I do this better? How can I you know, continue to evolve and grow and not get stuck? And I think you just always have to be adopting that that attitude of optimism. I think I was listening to something with Robert Anton Wilson talking about, I define myself as an optimist because a pessimist never gets anything done. And I can see that in my life, is like when you adopt that kind of you know, some people call it the black pill, or you taking the black pill and following them down this kind of doom train, that it can
And
lead
it really
to
does feel like you can't do anything.
Then it really feels like that. Yeah. So I think a lot of it is to continue to grow personally and figure out how you can continue to just continue to build and stay on the grind. This isn't gonna. We're not gonna achieve a more free society, more free people. We're not going to become more free until we decide to take on personal responsibility. A lot of folks realize that if you don't want to be ruled, you're going to have to take on a lot of personal responsibility,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just got to continue to be an ongoing effort. And I don't think it's none of that's going to change overnight. And I do have a lot of hope in seeing other times throughout history where people have gotten together, like this Anastasia movement that happened in Russia during
the Ring Cedars.
Yeah. So there's, I think people kind of fall back to stuff like that, and maybe more people are seeing a lot of this stuff, especially with their food. And I think that's the big focus. And one of the big drivers I see is like, let's focus on food first. If we're not food sovereign, moving into the future, then, we're really put in a stranglehold. So until a lot of folks can figure out the food first, like, I think that's one of the big drivers that we got to focus on is figuring out our local food systems and figuring out how we can trade and and have these little exchange systems going on, kind of our little gray market food systems, and getting those established locally should be one of the big focuses moving into the future.
Yeah, I agree with basically all of that. Very well said. Very well said. So yeah, I guess at this point, let people know where they can find the Tinker Tribe, anywhere they can find your work and support you.
Yeah, just go subscribe out there on YouTube. I'm on X, this is the Tinker Tribe, and let's see. Yeah, those are the main two platforms that I'm on, and then you can also find me at Take the Ride 23 as like a personal fitness goal that I've kind of transformed my health over the past couple years by working out. If you need a little bit of inspiration on that you can change your health, Take the Ride 23, and that is on most of the platforms, Instagram, X, YouTube, and TikTok. I've got some social media out there on that. So yeah, that's all the places you can find me. Just go subscribe, leave a comment on the channel, and let me know. And come hang out for discussions. We do a live show every other Thursday with my co-host Jay Young, and we look at some current events and different topics to cover it, and just look into seeking the truth. And then I get on different podcast guests and release them on Fridays as a premiere. And I've working on getting some new guests booked, so look out for that.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well,
at the Tinker Tribe, pretty much where you can find everything.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thanks a lot for coming on, man. It's been good. Obviously, there's a lot more we can talk about, but that was a good introduction to what you're working on, and dove into a couple of really good things there. Definitely a value for me and hopefully for the audience too. But yeah, Greg, thanks a lot for coming on, man. And I'll let you go. Got a little outro to do here, and then I will conclude the stream. But yeah, thanks again for your time, brother, and hope you have a good rest of your evening and weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shane. Really appreciate it, and always great talking to you, brother.
Hey, cheers, man.
Good
Cheers.
next.
All right, and I think we're good there. Okay. All right, and there you have it, the Vonu Podcast live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. The special Free Samourai Saturday transmission, and special in that sense, not in a good way. More of a, time's kind of running out, get the word out sort of thing. But yeah, as I begin to close out, I want to remind you to head over to billandkeonne.org. Again, that's BILL and Keonne, KEONNE.org. Their case has some far-reaching implications, not necessarily precedents. Thankfully, I thought that this was like an attempt to set precedents, via lawfare. But apparently it doesn't necessarily work that way. I guess, which is thankfully in one sense, but it's still not a good step forward. And if things keep trending in this direction, it's only a matter of time before, say, miners or Lightning Network nodes are deemed money transmitters. So yeah, it's definitely important. Another reminder, Volume Life 25 Resurrected is available for purchase via Liberating Attack Publications. Just visit liberatingattack.com/VL25. Bitcoin, Monero, and Fiat accepted. And again, thanks to everyone who contributed. Really, really happy with how it came out. And yeah, always very impressed with the generative force of creation of PAZNIans, and especially in the I guess the written sense. Yeah, certainly. Again, that's liberatingattack.com/VL25. And again, use coupon code SELFLIBERATE for 10% off of your order of books. PAZNIA.com/radio is the link for all things PRN. And this coming Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, Richard Dick Greaser of the Bitcoin Bugle will be back for Music Mondays on the PAZNIA Radio Network, exclusively available on Rumble and Odyssey. We can play whatever music videos, or anything there without any nonsense, copyright violations, or being censored in countries, certain countries or whatever. So, yeah, that's available on Rumble and Odyssey, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Very, very entertaining. A lot of great knowledge stuff, a lot of great music, and obviously Dick Greaser from the Bugle is it's just a very entertaining, good time. Great way to start off your week. On that note, some have asked for an audio-only feed. I think I might have found a potential solution called Radiocaster, but it's one-time cost of $60. And I believe that the base level will accomplish all of our needs. And pretty much, I had the process down. I just had I had a damn difficult time trying to find, I guess, a solution that would work with WordPress or whatever, and with the current setup and all that. But I think this one will, and with easy implementations on the PAZNIA site. So yeah, anyone interested in helping fund a small infrastructure upgrade, it'd be greatly appreciated. Just email me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or Simplex, on Simplex or on Session, either wherever is fine. And if you want to get in contact on Simplex or Session, just email me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and we can get connected and go chat somewhere better. I think that is actually all for me. I don't have anything else to say. Not really, but Self-Liberation Saturday is not over yet. We've got another 25 minutes to go, and I will leave you with a quote from one of the most important reads, maybe even the most important one, on the Libertarian Attack Publications catalog, second round book on strategy. Quote: "Respect for privacy, respect for property, not only extends to the physical territories we occupy. It is integral to the less visible parts of our world, much of which remains unseen to observers, hidden behind encrypted, anonymous digital communication. This connects us and creates another realm where property is privacy. We protect our secrets. We value them. Protecting our privacy becomes second nature to us, liberating us from the prying eyes of our enemies. But our privacy is also a key symbol for the autonomy we live. We are taking back what a totalitarian outer world wants to steal from us. What fences are to atoms, data privacy technology is to bits and bytes. We claim that both are owned by us and owned by us alone. This is our place." End quote. Thanks so much for being here, guys. Hope you enjoyed the rest of this Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. Until Monday. or next Saturday for Self-Liberation Saturday. But yeah, thanks, guys. Until next time.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Ross Ulbricht speaks to Keonne Rodriguez, a.k.a. SW, co-founder of Samourai Wallet, who reports to prison for a 5-year sentence December 19th. Previously recorded via Jesse Tevelo's Space on X.
But I think we did the right thing.
You did what you had to do, man. I want to introduce Ross. Everybody, this is quite the timing, Ross, for you to pop in here. Thank you, sir. If you don't know Ross's story, you should. And Ross, feel free to give any kind of introduction you would like. But this is
Sure.
this is important. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Well, first time doing spaces, and first time hearing Keonne speak. And I just wanted to just wanted to talk to you because I've been where you are, and where are you finding your strength, Keonne? Because you're facing something really terrible right now.
I'm flabbergasted you're here, Ross. I'm a little starstruck. Thank you for coming on here. We've been huge supporters of you throughout your whole ordeal, and we're so happy that you're out. And
thank you.
We
for
really
supporting me.
are. And to answer the question, I think I've said it before. I wouldn't have been able to get through this without the strength of my wife, who has stood by me, at every moment from the day the FBI raided our house to each and every pretrial hearing, and there with me while I was struggling to figure out whether to take the deal that they offered or not. So I think a lot of my strength comes from her. And the other part of it, I think, is just understanding that you're facing such a insurmountable foe that you kind of just have to go with the flow and roll with the punches. And that's kind of how I'm trying to deal with it. There's no point in fighting the inevitable, right? It's happening, and it's best to just roll with it and do everything we can so that when I do go inside, I'm not sitting there wondering, oh, could I have done any more? So I think that's how I'm doing it.
Is there anything that you're apprehensive about? Anything that I can help prepare you for? Do you know what custody level you're going to be in?
I don't know yet. I mean, we think it's going to be minimum, right?
Okay.
I did the calculations with all the points and stuff like that, and it should be minimum. And I guess that kind of ties into what I'm apprehensive about. It's nothing logistical, right? I've read as much as I could. I've talked to people who have been in custody. So it's not a logistical thing I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is more once I surrender, I'm a number and I'm part of their system, right? So even if I'm supposed to be in minimum, they can put me into low or medium, and I just have to roll with that, right? I can't go and say, hey, you got it wrong, I'm supposed to be in minimum. I just kind of have to take it on the chin, and I need to know that I'm surrendering not just physically, but also like my sovereignty. And I'm now their property for the next 5 years, and they can do with me essentially what they want.
So you're going to go most likely into a detention center in Brooklyn, and then eventually get designated to some kind of facility that'll be your long-term facility. I spent several years in the detention centers in Southern District of New York. And it's going to be a totally alien environment. It's going to be you with about 100 other guys, packed into a unit, and you're going to have to live in this situation. I guess you said you've talked to people who've been through it. So I'm sure you've got your strategy figured out, but all I'll say is just stand back and observe for the first couple months. Get a sense of who's who and how things operate, and if somebody tests you, then you just have to stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
So, I listened to your interview, and I was listening to this, and man, it's just I agree with what Jesse's saying, that you don't deserve to be facing what you're facing, and especially because they dropped the money laundering charge, and so all you have the only authority they have to put you in prison right now is the other charge, the money transmission charge. And my understanding is that FinCEN gave you the guidance that you're not breaking that law, and FinCEN gave those prosecutors the same guidance that you're not breaking any laws.
That's right.
And we all know that you had no custody of funds, which is an element of the offense, as far as I understand it. So the way things stand right now, I don't see how anyone can justify sending you to prison for the next 5 years on those grounds. So you have my support, Keonne, and they're going to try to put you in prison in 2 weeks, but I hope they don't. And if they do, I really hope you don't spend any more time in there than you have to.
I appreciate that so much, Ross. Thank you so much for coming and speaking.
Sure.
I talked to your mom the other day after I did the Bitcoin Veterans podcast, and someone had asked me on that space. They had asked me, "Have you heard from Ross?" And I said no, and I really don't expect to. Ross just got home. He's been through something that really most people don't understand. I don't expect to hear from him. I think he should be at home healing with his family. And, so I never expected to actually speak to you. I appreciate it so much that you got on here to speak with me.
You're welcome.
Really, it's a blessing for sure. And what we're trying to do right now, Ross, is expedite getting a designation from the Bureau of Prisons so that I don't have to surrender to the MDC in Brooklyn, so that I could self-surrender to the facility directly. So hopefully what we're praying that in the next week we do get that designation, and that we can get the judge to agree to allow me to surrender directly to the facility, which I think will smooth the transition a bit, because from what I understand, they kind of call it diesel therapy, right? Where they move you from the holding facility to where you're supposed to go, but it's not like a direct flight or a direct path, right? You jump between different institutions, and you're there for a while before you move on, which
it's
makes
not
it
fun.
it's not fun, right? Exactly. So we're hoping to avoid that whole ordeal. But again, rolling with the punches. If we don't get that designation, if I do have to spend time at the MDC and go through all that, then I'll do it, and it will be something that I get through.
Just based on what I've heard from you, I think you're going to be fine. You have just the right attitude, and you're calm. You're gonna adapt to whatever they throw at you. This is a test of your character. This is a test of your strength and your will and your connection to your family and your loved ones. But just in the very brief amount of time I've heard you speak and getting to know you right now, I have a lot of confidence in you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, Ross.
I'm going to sign off.
Ross, can you hang on for just one more second? Because I have a question for you. I really, really appreciate you being here. We all do. And, the Bitcoin community took a long time to just get that groundswell of support to finally, and, with tons of people's help, it took a whole community. And finally, we got somebody to listen. And so my question to you real quick is, if you could just speak to everybody in the room and just share, encourage people about their small voice. Because I think a lot of people just, they come on these spaces or they're on X and they hear different things, and they come here for education and encouragement and whatever else it would be. But can you just maybe speak to people about the impact that one small voice can have on your situation and potentially Keonne's?
Sure. The change.org petition for my clemency made a huge difference. We used that over and over again in the campaign, and that was just an accumulation of small voices building up. You know, it mattered. It made a difference. So, you know, Keonne needs a petition if he doesn't have one. And I'll also just say that there will be times when he feels like he's forgotten because he'll be cut off, and you know, the phones will be down or the mailroom will be backed up, and he'll just be isolated. And so however much time he has to do, which hopefully will be cut short or stopped entirely, sending a letter to Keonne will make a difference. I promise you that.
Hey, Ross, before you have to jump here, sir, I don't know if there's a way you and I can get in touch, but I'd love to try to loop you into this a bit more. This is basically all I'm doing, at least for now, and I'm trying to, you know, this is an opportunity here. We're so blessed that you spent a little bit of your time here with us, and I think before you leave, I want to key in on the connection thing, and I'm all choked up.
Take your time.
I think that's natural. So go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I think we should try to connect, have a connection line, like some kind of way that we should have we need to have a fund, first of all, a Bitcoin fund for you, dude. So when you come back out, you don't feel like you missed 5 years of fucking a Bitcoin to the moon. Shit, we got to have something for Keonne so when he comes out, he's like, cool, like the guys have been stacking and everything, and I've got something. So, and some kind of communication while he's in there for those days, because you're gonna get cut off, and like just to know you can plug back into us, and you know, so
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Ross, all I'll say before you have to go is you can get my contact info from your mom.
Okay.
I've been speaking with her if you want to reach out privately. I will also say that we do have a change.org petition as well. I agree. All those voices do help. It's not the only thing, but it helps. So you can find that if you go to billandkeonne.org, KEONNE.org. There's a button at the top to sign the petition. So everyone in here, I hope you sign it. And I think while Bob is right, the Bitcoin community, at least the parts that matter, really never forgot you, Ross, and we supported you as much as we could from the outside and tried to advance your story and your agenda, and we're so happy that it finally paid off. But really, as you, I'm sure, are well aware, it was your mom and her untiring devotion to your story and traveling around the country and speaking anywhere she could. I think that really pushed the needle over the edge. She was absolutely unbelievable, and we would all be very lucky to have a mother like Lynn.
Absolutely. I mean, I was very blessed to have her fighting for me, and she was the kind of the public face of it, but there were also many others behind the scenes that were essential, including my wife and my father and various lawyers. So, just kind of getting into the understanding your situation tonight, and saw this going, jumped in, thought, man, he's facing what I was facing. Maybe I can offer some encouragement. So I hope I have, and let's stay in touch.
You were facing a lot worse than I am. So, I'm blessed that it's only 5 years. You were facing double life.
Yeah.
And thank God you're out. Really, I never
Thank
thought
God.
I saw that day. I was so happy when it happened. So thank you so much for being here, Ross, seriously. And you can contact me privately through your mom. She has my info.
All right. Well, free Keonne, free Pardon Samourai, and let's go. I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second